Test 1, 2. morning, everyone. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today to offer their expert counsel as we convene the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology hearing on FCC Overreach examining the proposed privacy rules. Today's hearing is a direct result of the FCC's premeditated efforts to supersede the Federal Trade Commission's successful enforcement-based approach to consumer privacy with its own predetermined vision of what consumers want and how the Internet should function. The hearing title aptly sums up this approach as an overreach, but fails to convey the scope of the damage the Commission's actions could have on consumers. The Commission short-sightedly looks at just one piece of the Internet and, despite evidence to the contrary, assumes that regulating it will improve privacy. The Commission short-sightedly overlooks the history of this industry and the value of innovation in ISP service offerings, and the Commission overlooks the value of competition, both among ISPs and between ISPs and other online industries. In short, the FCC seems unable to see ISPs as ISPs. It still sees them as siloed cable, wireline, and wireless companies and regulates them as though the Internet has not changed everything. The Internet has long been known for being disruptive, and that's a good thing. Rare is an industry that the Internet has not changed, and for the better. This has long been enabled by the Federal Trade Commission's approach to consumer privacy on the Internet. Grounded in informed consent, backed by enforcement of broken promises, the FTC's approach to privacy, I believe, has allowed companies to innovate and to experiment, sometimes successfully, sometimes to their own detriment, with business models and services without the federal government deciding before the fact what consumers want. Despite the Internet's track record as arguably the greatest economic value and job creation engine the world has ever known, the FCC wants to tinker where there isn't a demonstrated problem. Perhaps more insidiously, the FCC has gone so far as to manufacture a problem so it could quote-unquote solve it, remaking ISPs in the FCC's desired image. ISPs are not unique among Internet companies when it comes to access to consumer data. And this isn't conjecture. It's the conclusion of the report written by the privacy expert Peter Swire, who served in both the Obama and Clinton administrations. The regulations would give consumers a false sense of security about their privacy by only applying to just one part of the Internet that has access to their data. Consumers expect and should have a uniform experience on the Internet. The FCC's approach would protect your data only as far as your ISP is involved. Now, this could be particularly confusing for consumers when their ISP is also a provider of edge services on the Internet. Consumers should not have to be experts on IP interconnection or routing to understand what level of privacy their data will enjoy. The impacts of these rigid regulations have the potential to disrupt an ecosystem that's flourished for years, and unfortunately, it's consumers who will pay that price. The FCC has proposed a set of regulations that would not only single out ISPs based on, I believe, faulty assumptions, it would affirmatively prevent ISPs from competing. A robust record of comments warns of higher costs, stifled inflation, and fewer service offerings. None of these risks we should be willing to take or consequences we're willing to put on American consumers. We should be encouraging competition, not slowing it down with burdensome and inconsistent regulations. I and other leaders on the committee called for the FCC to reconsider its current approach. As commenters in the record suggest, the FCC should engage in thoughtful discussions with industry to develop flexible and consistent rules, mirroring the FTC's framework that has proven successful in today's digital marketplace. This needs to occur before any more taxpayer dollars are wasted on developing and defending complex regulations that will harm consumer welfare. I'm grateful for the expertise we have on the panel today. We will hear from experts in the privacy field, including the former chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, and it's my hope that we can generate productive dialogue that incorporates what has been successful in the past, the lessons we can learn from the flawed proposed rules, my opinion, and most importantly, what best serves American consumers. The Internet has helped to shape our economy in ways we could have never imagined. So we must work together to preserve the competition and innovation the Internet embodies. So thanks to our witnesses. I look forward to your testimony. I'd yield the balance of my time to the Vice Chair of the committee, Mr. Latta.
That was almost a promotion. Or maybe. No, not that one. Not that one. But thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to our witnesses for being with us today. I greatly appreciate you holding today's hearing. And once again, we've seen damaging implications arise from the FCC's decision to reclassify broadband Internet access service providers as common carriers. The Open Internet Order removed ISPs from the jurisdiction of the Federal Trade Commission and divided oversight from the privacy practices of the Internet ecosystem between the FTC and the FCC. As a result, the FCC proposed customer privacy regulations apply exclusively to the ISPs. It's evident that consumer private information should be protected. However, the FCC's approach is not the answer. The FCC's proposal would fragment the current and successful privacy framework established by the FTC, unfairly target ISPs, and confuse consumers with unnecessary notifications disruptions. I believe today's hearings will bring attention to this matter and encourage the FCC to offer a privacy framework more consistent with the FTC approach. It's vital that consumers are granted strong protections and companies are treated equally in order to foster competition innovation. And with that, Mr. Chairman,
Thank the gentleman, and I'd ask unanimous consent to put some letters into the record, some documents. Upton Walden Burgess letter to the FCC regarding privacy, telecom industry letters to myself and to the ranking member. We have a letter from the Advertising Retail Association to both myself and the ranking member. CCA's letter to myself and Ms. Eshoo. And I believe Mr. Olson plans to submit his bipartisan letter to the FCC. Without objection, we'll put those in the record. And with that, I now turn to my friend from California, the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Eshoo, for her opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and to all of the members and to the witnesses. And thank you for holding this hearing. It's an important one. One of the most important responsibilities this subcommittee has is to protect consumers, and it's why we always examine the issues, or we should, through this lens, because it is a core responsibility of the subcommittee. Today we're examining the issue of privacy and a proposal by the FCC to give consumers more control over how the data collected on their online activities is used. Now, this is an issue that matters enormously to the American people. A Pew Research study from 2013 found that 68% of Internet users believe existing laws are not good enough or not strong enough in protecting online privacy. The same study found that 69% of users think it's somewhat or very important to have control over who knows what websites they browse. 70% think it's somewhat or very important to have control over who knows their location when they use the Internet. The FCC's proposal focuses on ISPs, the Internet Service Providers, and the data they're able to collect on their subscribers. ISPs know what websites their subscribers visit and where a user is located when they connect to the Internet. ISPs have access to this even when user data is encrypted. This information is personal to many consumers, as the numbers that I just stated that were collected by Pew. The FCC is proposing to give them control over how it is used. The proposal emphasizes three main points: choice, transparency, and security. These are fundamental privacy principles. Consumers should have control over how their personal data is used when it's shared with others, and knowledge about what data is being collected about them. They should also be confident that their data is being protected. Critics of the FCC's approach argue that it's unfair to apply rules only to ISPs. They argue that edge providers should also be subject to the same rules. Consumer privacy should be protected, I believe, across the Internet. But the FCC lacks the authority to regulate edge providers. Critics also say that consumers will be confused by rules that only apply to ISPs. Consider the Pew research that asked consumers how confident they were that they understood what's being done with their data. Only 50% answered that they were. Consumer confusion is essentially the status quo. The FCC is trying to change that using the authority that it has and not going beyond that. There would be huge objections here if that were the case. Some will point to the Federal Trade Commission and argue that it is best positioned to protect consumer privacy. They have a different responsibility. In my view, theirs was really essentially after the fact, after something takes place. The reality is that the FTC really lacks the authority to take action against ISPs. And while the FTC might agree that this isn't an ideal outcome, it does not argue that the FCC shouldn't act. Instead, it offered constructive comments and has repeatedly called on Congress to take steps to protect consumer privacy. The irony is that Republicans on the committee are actively trying to gut the FTC's authority under the guise of so-called process reform. I think we've seen the same thing in the subcommittee with the FCC. Instead of, we really should be working on meaningful bipartisan reforms that will enhance the ability of these agencies to protect consumers. Instead, I think some sand is being thrown in the gears, both the FCC and the FTC. On this side of the aisle, we're ready to work on legislation that would give both agencies the tools they need to protect the public. So I really look forward to today's discussion, not only from both sides of the aisle, but obviously from the experts that we have at the table. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know whether you've heard this or not, but the court has come out with its decision today on net neutrality. But because it's a very long one, I'm going to reserve my comments for later, but the court has spoken. So with that, I'll yield back the time that I don't have.
Generally yields back the negative time, 18 seconds. We'll now go to the gentlelady from Tennessee, Ms. Blackburn, the Vice Chair of the full committee, for opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for being here with us to continue to look at this issue on privacy and the proposed privacy rules. I think it is no secret that having the FCC look at privacy rules is something that has caused some problems and heartburn and concern for those of us on this side of the dais. We know the FTC has traditionally held this authority, and we respect the work that they have done there. I think it does warn of exactly what we've talked about through the entire net neutrality debate, which is government overreach and getting outside of their set wheelhouse, if you will, and their authority that they're given. They're so into mission creep. So as we look at what has come forth, yes, it does cause us some concern. Ms. Eshoo mentioned the edge providers, and we need to know that service providers are the ones that are getting all the attention right now, really a disproportionate share when you contrast that with the edge providers, and the edge providers are the ones who really collect and hold more data, and that is largely unregulated, and primarily it is being ignored. So we're concerned that what the FCC is seeking to do is going to end up doing less to protect consumer data, that it would be another of these false hopes that something is being done when indeed the opposite is happening, that it is going to lead to industry confusion within the internet ecosystem, and that it confirms the fears that Title II reclassification was more of a power grab than it was something that would be constructive to the health of the internet and that ecosystem, as referenced by our chairman in his opening remarks. And at this time, I am yielding time to, I think, Mr. Shimkus? No. Not to Mr. Shimkus. Who was seeking time? No one? I'm yielding back, Mr. Chairman.
Generally yields back balance for time. Before I go to the ranking member of the committee, I'm going to yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Ohio for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee's indulgence this morning. I'd like to introduce some of my family members that are here with me this morning. I have my mother, my aunt, and my two first cousins, all of whom played a very substantial, influential role in my upbringing and my beliefs and my character where I am today. So I'd just like to welcome them, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
In fact, Mom, if you want to share a few comments about the character,
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
we're glad you're all here. Thank you. Bill does a great job on the committee
Welcome.
and in the Congress. Now I'll recognize the ranking member from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and our ranking member, Eshu, and our three witnesses for being here today. We're just learning, I was upstairs, so you probably already mentioned it. We're just learning that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals has upheld the FCC's open internet rules, and I've always been a strong supporter of net neutrality and the FCC's net neutrality rules. While I haven't had time to review the court's decision yet, but it seems it was a big win for consumers, and it puts the FCC's privacy proposals on firm legal ground. For more than a decade, an overwhelming majority of Americans have agreed that privacy is fundamentally important on the internet, and according to a recent study by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, 84% of Americans are worried about their privacy and security online. Half of the households surveyed are so worried about their privacy that they limit their economic and civic activities when they go online. Another survey, this one from the Pew Research Center earlier this year, found that nearly 3/4 of Internet users say it's very important to them that they have control over who has access to their information. And it's important that we take these opinions and concerns into account as we move forward with this hearing today. It's also important that we listen to the American people about the best ways to ensure that they have more control over their information. The FCC has clearly been listening and proposed new privacy rules for broadband providers. While many questions about the FCC's proposals are still unanswered, I support the agency's desire to do more to protect consumers. Unfortunately, critics of the FCC came out quickly in opposition to the proposal before they even knew the details. They say that the FCC's proposed privacy rules were fatally flawed because they only reach broadband providers, not websites or social media. I agree that protecting consumers across the Internet ecosystem is important as well, but I can't agree with those that claim that consumers should not get privacy protections anywhere because they cannot get them everywhere. In the face of uncertainty created by a company's privacy policies, nearly 70% of Internet users would prefer the government do more to protect their personal information. Consumers want more protection, clearly, not less protection. And this is where Congress has work to do. In order to address the legitimate concerns consumers have about their privacy online, we should give the Federal Trade Commission authority to adopt its own rules over websites, and that would allow the FTC to craft privacy rules for websites as well. This sounds like a common-sense approach, but just last week, the Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade Subcommittee marked up a bill that would make the problem worse. The bill I'm talking about would effectively gut the FTC. And I think it's kind of ironic that my colleagues would praise the FTC and its expertise in their privacy letter to Chairman Wheeler, while at the same time advancing bills through the committee that seek to cut the FTC's legs out from under it. And giving the FTC authority to adopt new rules would help ensure our privacy is safe no matter where we go on the Internet or how we connect. And because I believe that when consumers are safe, we're all better off. I wanted to, I don't know if anybody else wanted my time. I guess you do? I'll yield the remaining time to Mr. McNerney.
Well, I thank the ranking member. Data security is critical to consumers. Over the past few years, we've seen many examples of private information leaking into the open, whether it's the OPM leaks or the data breach at Target. In an age of information, when consumers engage in commerce online, they trust those businesses to keep their information safe. That trust in many ways is the foundation of our economy. Consumers deserve to know that when they hand over critical information, such as the Social Security numbers or their billing addresses, that data will be kept safe. The FCC has come up with some strong proposals that help address data security in at least one sector of the economy. In its notice of proposed rulemaking, the Commission also asks a number of key questions. The Commission seeks to comment on the important question of how to ensure that consumers' data continues to be protected as the technology advances. The Commission further asks under what circumstances should trigger the issuance of notifications to consumers or law enforcement agencies once data breaches occur. I would like to commend the FCC in taking these first steps toward better securing the data of consumers, and I hope that the FCC will move forward in a thoughtful fashion. Consumers ought to be the central focus of this debate, and we must do better in protecting their online information. I yield back to the ranking member.
And he yields back the balance of his time. So we'll now proceed to our excellent panel of witnesses, and we have the Honorable John Leibowitz, co-chair 21st Century Privacy Coalition and former chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, Paul Ohm, professor, Georgetown University Law Center and faculty director, Georgetown Center on Privacy and Technology, and Doug Brake, telecommunications policy analyst for the Information Technology Innovation Foundation. Terrific panel of witnesses. I think the subcommittee will get great benefit from their counsel and their opinions, and we'll start with the Honorable John Leibowitz. Good morning. Be sure to pull that mic close, push the button, and you're on. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chairman Walden. Ranking Member Eshoo, Ms. Blackburn, and Mr. Welch of the Privacy Working Group of this committee, other distinguished members of the subcommittee. I appreciate your inviting me here to testify today, and I am here on behalf of the 21st Century Privacy Coalition, which I chair with former Representative Mary Bono, and I am delighted to be here with Professor Ohm, who was a critical part of our FTC team when we drafted the update of the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, as well as to be here with Mr. Brake. Our coalition is comprised of the nation's leading communications companies, which have a strong interest in bolstering consumers' trust in online services. We believe the best way to ensure protection of consumer privacy is through a comprehensive and technology-neutral framework based on the type of data being collected and how it's used, rather than on the type of entity collecting the data. And that's exactly the approach that the FTC has taken in its decades of robust privacy enforcement. Decades. The FTC has held hundreds of companies, large and small, accountable for breaking their privacy commitments to consumers in a way that causes consumers harm. And by taking an enforcement-based approach, rather than setting out prescriptive rules, the FTC has powerfully protected consumer privacy while permitting the type of high-tech innovation that has yielded huge benefits to all Americans. Indeed, the FTC approach has been so successful that in 2012, the White House called for the FTC to be solely responsible for protecting the privacy of every American across every industry, and that includes ISPs. Last year, as we know, the FTC's sister agency, the FCC, reclassified Internet service providers as common carriers as part of the Open Internet Order, and that decision removed ISPs from the FTC's jurisdiction, thus ending the strong safeguards consistent across industries that the FTC provided to consumers of broadband services. Having assumed sole jurisdiction to protect privacy among ISPs, the FCC is currently engaged in a rulemaking. Now, our coalition was initially encouraged by Chairman Wheeler's stated aim to craft the proposed privacy rules in a manner, and I quote, consistent with the FTC's thoughtful, rational approach and with the core principles of the FTC's 2012 privacy report in mind. But the FCC's proposed rules, as currently drafted, fail to achieve its own goals or to protect consumer privacy. Instead, the proposed rules impose a restrictive set of requirements on broadband providers that don't apply to other services that collect as much or more consumer online data. These ISP-specific rules do not provide clear benefits to consumers. They would disrupt broadband providers' ability to compete with other online entities, and at the FTC at least, we very much support, they very much support that type of competition. They could create consumer confusion. So the goals may be laudable. I have no doubt they are. But the draft rule betrays a fundamental lack of understanding regarding how the Internet ecosystem works. Most troubling, the FCC's proposed rules may well discourage the very broadband investment that the FCC is statutorily obligated to promote, thereby harming the very consumers it's supposed to benefit. Let me highlight 4 salient flaws in the FCC's proposal. First, it's not technology neutral. It would impose prescriptive rules on only a subset of the Internet ecosystem, and that could lull consumers into a false sense of believing that they're making a choice that would apply across the Internet ecosystem. Second, The FCC's proposal would impose opt-in consent requirements for non-sensitive data and basic everyday business practices, like marketing to a company's own customers, first-party marketing. That makes no sense at all. Third, the NPRM as drafted would exempt only aggregated data from its requirements and would miss the opportunity to create consumer benefits from de-identified data, not identified data, de-identified data. And fourth, the proposal would impose an unrealistic timeline for breach notification and mandate massive over-notification for data that's not sensitive. And that would cause consumers to ignore even important messages from their ISPs. And don't take my word for it. Ask my former agency, the FTC. Though its unanimous comment, and a unanimous comment is important, to the FCC is framed diplomatically, there are more than 25 separate instances where it raises concerns about the FCC's approach. 25, more than 25. There is no need for the FCC to embark on this dangerous path. And by the way, after today's DC Circuit decision on the open internet order, getting privacy right is even more important. I also want to point out that the FCC rules threaten to undermine the United States position in international negotiations on cross-border data flows, including the US-EU Privacy Shield. But with that said, I do want to make one point. Final rules are often more balanced than proposed ones, and we can see a lot of improvement when it goes from an NPRM to a final rule. But the FCC's current proposal is a solution in search of a problem. It would create inconsistent standards across the internet and add to consumer confusion. It could undermine innovation as well. For all these reasons, the 21st Century Privacy Coalition's view is that the FCC should adopt the FTC's time-tested and proven approach, and it can do that by rule. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank the gentleman for his testimony. We'll now move to Mr. Ohm from the Georgetown University Law Center and Faculty Director, Georgetown Center on Privacy and Technology. Mr. Ohm, we look forward to your testimony. Thanks for being here today.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you very much, Chairman Walden, Ranking Member Eshoo, other members of the subcommittee. My name is Paul Ohm, and I'm a professor at the Georgetown University Law Center. And thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this very, very important issue about the Federal Communications, I guess now DC Circuit blessed move to protect the privacy of customers of broadband internet access service. I hope you don't mind if I refer to these entities as ISPs or internet service providers instead of using the Washingtonese that's been thrown around. And my bottom line is fairly simple to state. The FCC's rule is, number one, unambiguously authorized by law, and number two, it's a wise rule. Let me take those in turn. Nobody in this debate disputes that Section 222 of the Telecommunications Act of 1996 instructs the FCC to promulgate rules to protect the privacy of information gathered by telecommunications providers. The underlying circumstances have changed a bit. And when I say a bit, I urge you to remember that this was 1996. This wasn't the dark ages when this statute was enacted. These changes to the ecosystem of the internet actually raise, not lower, the importance of having a statute like Section 222. But at any rate, due to the clarity of the statutory text, it is my belief that the burden should be on those who would rewrite the statute, much more on those who would ask the FCC to ignore the plain terms of the statute, rather than on the agency attempting to apply the statute. Number two, then, let me tell you why I think the law is a wise one. Congress's act reflects the well-reasoned conclusion that telecommunications providers owe a heightened level of privacy to their customers. I give 4 reasons why this is so in my written statement: history, choice, visibility, and sensitivity. But let me focus on the latter 2, and I refer you to my written statement for the arguments about history and choice. Number 1, visibility. Your internet service provider sits at a privileged place in the network. They are the bottleneck between you and the internet. This gives them the ability to see part of every single communication that leaves your computer and returns to your computer. For unencrypted websites, this gives them complete and comprehensive visibility. They can see everything, including the content of their communications. Right? It's a regrettable fact in 2016 that so many websites are still unencrypted, including many, many, many of the most popular ones. But even for encrypted websites, although the view of an ISP is partially obscured, there's plenty that they can see. They could basically compile a list of the domain name of every website that you visit, when you visit it, how often you return to it, and how much data you transfer with it. And they can even track how often you linger on an open page in some cases. This all leads to the second factor that leads me to conclude that Congress was well justified in 1996 in enacting Section 222, sensitivity. I'll be honest, law professors have kind of embarrassed themselves in a battle for metaphor to try to help people understand what we're talking about when we're talking about something that has never happened in human history before. That there are entities that are sitting over your shoulder watching you read, compiling a complete list over time of every single thing that you do on the web. Some have called this a digital dossier. Others have said that this invades an individual's right to intellectual privacy, not intellectual property. And I have called this the database of ruin. Very subtle, I know. But all of these speak to the problem of allowing people to develop a complete accounting of what we read, who we speak to, what we say, who we associate with, and with the rise of the mobile broadband, where we go on a minute-by-minute basis. Okay, in my last minute, I would like to say that these four factors, history, choice, visibility, and sensitivity, led Congress to do in 1996 what it has done several times before, enact a sectoral privacy law, just like they did with doctors in HIPAA, just like they did with schools in FERPA, just like they did with credit agencies in the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Congress, you, did this as well for telecommunications providers. Two closing thoughts. Number one, when Congress enacts a sectoral privacy law, as they have in here, to face a heightened risk of privacy, it makes great sense for Congress to draw bright lines. Many of the people, including Mr. Leibowitz, have said that the FCC should instead ask internet service providers to look at every piece of content and decide whether it's sensitive or non-sensitive, and then decide there whether or not it is subjected to heightened privacy rules or not. So let's imagine that this were the case for HIPAA, that your doctor would have a conversation with you, you would talk about your diagnoses, and the doctor would constantly be calculating whether what you just told them was sensitive or non-sensitive. And if they concluded that it was non-sensitive, they'd be able to sell that information to a pharmaceutical company. That's not the way we've written HIPAA, that's not the way we've written the Wiretap Act, nor is it the way that we've written Section 222. Last, if there's one thing that really, really gives me a lot of joy about the vigorous debate that's having around here, it is that there is so much commentary lavishing praise on the Federal Trade Commission for the amazing work it does protecting consumers' privacy. And Chairman Leibowitz deserves a lot of credit for that. I am so grateful to him that he hired me to be a senior policy advisor to advise the Commission on privacy issues. I think it would be folly, though, to use the FCC's successes as an excuse to dismantle one of the only meaningful privacy laws we have for online privacy. Just like we shouldn't use the FTC's successes to take jurisdiction away from Health and Human Services over doctors and healthcare, or the Department of Education over education records, nor should we do it with the FCC and telecommunications. It's either a marvel of institutional design or maybe dumb luck that the FCC and the FTC have a lot of complementary skills, abilities, staff, expertise. There's no contradiction here. The FTC cannot go it alone. I think it's wonderful that we have two privacy cops on the beat online. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ohm. We appreciate your comments. We'll now go to Doug Brake, who is Telecommunications Policy Analyst for the Information Technology Innovation Foundation. Mr. Brake, it's up to you now. Thank you for being here.
Chairman Walden, Ranking Member Eshoo, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me to share the views of the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation on the ongoing proceeding at the Federal Communications Commission to regulate broadband privacy. ITIF is a nonpartisan think tank whose mission is to formulate and promote public policies to advance technological innovation and productivity growth. The FCC's proposed privacy regime does a remarkably poor job of balancing those goals, innovation and productivity, with other policy interests. For this reason, ITIF has opposed the FCC's privacy undertaking in its entirety. Congress should direct the FCC towards a model that better balances privacy, innovation, and overall consumer welfare. Here, the Federal Trade Commission should be the guiding path. A consistent application of the FTC's privacy guidelines across different platforms in concert with existing industry practices and commitments will see the continued dynamic competition and innovation that has driven the success of the internet to date. A uniform approach is especially warranted as broadband providers' access to data is neither comprehensive nor unique. My primary concern is how the FCC's proposal would unnecessarily stifle innovation. Boiled down, the proposal is a three-tier consent scheme that would require opt-in consent required for uses of data that are not communications related. The entire regulatory scheme is explicitly structured around what business practices broadband providers participate in and not consumers' expectation of privacy or risk of harm. The overly broad opt-in requirement sets the wrong default choice that will reduce consumer welfare, productivity, and innovation. Most people are happy to make trade-offs around privacy and other values, such as convenience, price, or functionality, but requiring the extra step of opting in would sharply reduce participation rates in data-dependent offerings. Privacy-sensitive consumers are well motivated to opt out and can do so under existing practices, but the FCC proposal would effectively shut off new business models that would benefit the majority of broadband consumers. The FTC's approach, on the other hand, is a clear alternative that offers a better balance of policy objectives. The Federal Trade Commission enforces unfair and deceptive trade practices as informed by high-level, technology-neutral guidelines, industry best practices, and company commitments. The FTC framework has successfully applied to the incredibly diverse set of actors in the internet ecosystem. By allowing flexibility for firms to develop the specifics of privacy and security practices and stepping in where problems develop, the FTC does not have to predict technological advancements or changes in business practices. Firms can then internalize or outsource different functions in fast-paced industries with a focus on efficiency rather than compliance. An even application of privacy oversight would provide a better environment for dynamic competition across platforms, allowing carriers continued entry into areas like targeted advertising, and would avoid discouraging new entrants in exploring provision of broadband. So the FCC proposal is a bad approach to promote innovation with nothing to gain over the well-established FTC framework, but furthermore, provider access to data simply does not justify heightened sector-specific regulation. To justify sector-specific rules, one would expect an unusually high risk of harm from broadband providers. As a factual matter, that heightened risk does not exist. Broadband providers do not have anything near comprehensive nor unique access to customer data. The past 2 years have seen a dramatic and continuing trend towards pervasive encryption, which prevents broadband providers from accessing the content or detailed web addresses of consumers browsing. The uptake in encryption is a profound structural limitation in the amount and kind of information that is available to broadband providers, an unpredicted shift that should chasten us from broad prescriptive regulations. Other trends, such as the growing popularity of proxy services, availability of virtual private networks, and consumers relying on multiple networks throughout the day, further weaken the claim for sector-specific regulation. Heightened rules would also set a bad precedent, giving advocates the fulcrum to ratchet up European-style privacy regulations across the rest of the internet ecosystem in a way that could do significant damage to what is a bright spot in the U.S. economy. To sum up, there certainly is a legitimate government interest in ensuring customers have a transparent notice and choice over how their information is used, but the FTC framework offers a far better balance of competition, innovation, and consumer protection. Given the advent of tools to protect privacy and opt-out options already available, there is no actual harm the FCC needs to correct and no justification for special rules peculiar to the FCC's jurisdiction. Large changes in privacy policy like those proposed should be set through an open and democratic legislative process, not creative statutory reinterpretation by an independent agency. Congress should direct the FCC to either leave privacy with the FTC or adopt regulations in line with the FTC framework. Thank you again for this opportunity to appear before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brake. We appreciate your testimony and that of your colleagues at the witness table. I'll start off with questions. We're hearing obviously a lot about privacy. It matters to consumers. And as the internet develops and you've got edge providers, you've got ISPs, there's a question about control of privacy and whether it translates all across the way. We hear it, in fact, in the debate over set-top box. If you change out everything, there's some entities that are covered by some statutes and others that may not be covered by others. We hear it in some of the search engine debate and Facebook debate and the political side. Is somebody manipulating the algorithms and what you're looking at and what you get to see and the off-ramps versus the sort of common carrier piece of this? I guess my question, I'll start with Mr. Brake. How does the information collected by ISPs differ from information collected by some of these other platforms, such as Facebook or Google, or any of the large platforms that are used widely by consumers today? And would you argue that one of these collects more or less, or is better quality, or more verifiable? Is there similar standards for consumers, regardless of where they go, or do they vary? Which is strongest?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. It's a good question. There has been a lot of discussion about this issue in the record at the FCC, and frankly, it's interesting. I say in my statement that the ISP's collection of information is not unique, but in truth, it is unique in the same sense that every actor in this ecosystem has a unique view on customer data. If everyone's unique, no one's unique. And so everyone has a different perspective, a different access to different kinds of valuable information. And I think that should lead us to have the goal of a single set of overarching principles instead of going, case by case and trying to develop specific sector rules for each individual actor. I think that is, that is essentially nightmare fuel for me.
So your point is, your recommendation, I won't put words in your mouth, but is pick an agency, pick a set of rules, apply to everybody.
Right. Have a set of high-level technology neutral principles that can apply, both to just sort of ordinary data collection that we're all familiar with, or to new, potentially very invasive practices that haven't even been thought of yet.
All right.
And so we want a overarching framework that can oversee all of this.
Mr. Leibowitz, what's your thought on that? Turn on your mic, please.
Thank you.
We can't collect
Thank you,
data
Mr.
if your
Chairman.
mic's
You
not
can't collect
on.
data that way. Well, others can, but you will not, I understand. And the hearing record won't. Look, I would just point out that, look at my phone, right? I'm sending a text or I'm sending an email. And who's collecting that data? Well, it might be the ISP. It might be the browser. It might be the operating system. It might be the manufacturer. There are a number of different entities that can collect that data. And so why would you view one differently than the other? Wouldn't you want to have similar privacy protections for consumers? And the FTC approach, which is an approach that recognizes that sensitive data should be protected, is one that you could incorporate into the into an FCC rulemaking if the agency, if the FCC wanted to. And I'll just make one more point, which is, and Professor Ohm correctly noted that there is not enough encryption now, but there is no doubt that encryption is growing. And Peter Swire, who was the privacy czar in the Bill Clinton administration, issued a paper earlier this year, actually late 2015, in which he pointed out that by the end of this decade, 70% of all 70% of all information will be encrypted, and 42, I believe, of the top 50 websites already encrypt. So we're seeing a trend towards encryption. It's leveling off the kind of information that different entities can collect, and that's why you should have a similar.
Now, Mr. Ohm, Professor Ohm, made the case it's good to have two cops on the beat. Again, I won't put words in your mouth, but what I heard was better to have two agencies doing this, one sort of before the fact, one after the fact, based on their current regimes. Is that accurate, Mr. Ohm?
No, absolutely. I mean, I think there is the kind of specter of lots of competition, turf warfare. When instead, if you look at the memorandum of understanding that was put together by the staffs of these two agencies, when you look at the fact that one of them has ex ante rulemaking, which we're watching unfold right now, while the other has ex post enforcement, when you look at the fact that the FCC has decades and decades of building up staff and expertise on related questions about incentivizing broadband build out. When you look at all of these things, there's no conflict at all. There's no inherent conflict.
But do you think that these other entities should also be covered by
yeah,
the
so
privacy rules?
I mean,
should
one way
everybody from a Google, Facebook to a Comcast, whomever, should they all have the same privacy
So one way to read the
regime?
Swire report is privacy is in shambles in lots of different places across our digital ecosystem, right? I think that's a conclusion that flows quite directly from the later sections of that paper. So the question is, what do you do with that conclusion if you think Professor Swire is right? One is, we throw up our hands and say, we're not going to have privacy anymore. The other is, well, we have one statute that is aggressive and works really well. Let's go ahead and enforce that one and consider other statutes, right? I mean, I can be persuaded that there are entities that threaten privacy similarly to what ISPs do. I could absolutely be persuaded of that, but that would require an additional act.
Well, that's kind of what we do here. Or
Yeah, that's
should
right.
do.
That's right.
That's why
And
we're
so,
soliciting.
yeah.
Mr. Leibowitz, real quick.
If I can just slightly disagree with my
Sure.
Professor who is one of the most creative lawyers I've ever worked with, it's worth pointing out because, in fact, the FCC, in its open internet order, took jurisdiction away
From FTC,
the FTC.
right.
There used to be two cops on the beat, and it was the FTC that did almost all of the privacy enforcement.
Right.
And the second thing is, I'm not quite so sure how clear it is that in 1996, Congress gave this broad grant of authority to the FCC. Because if you look at Section 222, it is about as clear as mud. And the other thing is, if it was so obvious that Section 222 created a privacy protection regime for ISPs, you would think that at least one of the several Democratic chairmen of the FCC, and there were some very good ones after the 96 Act, including Reed Hunt, Julius Genachowski, and Bill Kennard, would have discovered this earlier. No one discovered it until very, very recently. I question that discovery.
All right. I've got to cut it off. I've gone way over. But I thank the indulgence of the committee. We'll go to Ms. Eshoo for a round of questions.
Well, you can grant me the same time that you took. How's that?
I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses, all excellent.
Thank you.
I really want to salute you. And Mr. Brake, happy anniversary, 10 years
Thank you very much.
of the founding of ITIF, and excellent work. I think it's worth just very quickly stating the following. The FTC and the FCC have different sources of legal authority, and they have different tools that they can use to protect consumers. The FTC generally lacks the same rulemaking authority under the Administrative Procedure Act that the FCC has. Instead, the FTC relies on Section 5 of the FTC Act, which prohibits unfair, deceptive acts and practices. Now, under Section 5, the FTC is limited to bringing enforcement actions after the fact. It often sets guidelines, it encourages industry best practices, and then if they fail to follow, it can result in an enforcement action. On the other hand, the FCC has authority to set clear rules of the road that companies must follow. Now, the FTC staff, which is a little different than what you said, Mr. Leibowitz, in your description, at least the way I took it, the FTC staff followed comments in this proceeding that are generally supportive of what the FCC is trying to do. The FTC did describe the fact that ISPs could be subject to different rules, so the rest of the internet industry is not optimal, but nonetheless, they offered constructive comments and pointed to its repeated calls for Congress to take steps. Now, the FCC obviously operates under Section 222 of the 96 Telecom Act. I was there. I helped write it, Mr. Leibowitz. We knew what we were doing, and we're proud of it.
I was there
So
and
I
read it as well.
I don't think your description, clear as mud, is fair. I think that's meant to muddle the conversation, but that's my view. Now, Professor Alm, your testimony discussed the differences the difference in data collection between edge providers like Google and ISPs. Can you elaborate, I don't have that much time left, more on the different relationships that consumers have with ISPs as compared to edge providers?
Certainly, absolutely, and I will try not to take too much of your time. It boils down to choice, right? So you choose your search engine, you choose your social network, you choose your email provider, and if you are unhappy with their privacy handling policies, then you can exit. You can choose another, right? And I guess on one level, you do choose your ISP, although in wide swaths of America, that's not true. In rural areas, there's only 13% of people have more than one choice for a broadband ISP, right? And so if you are unhappy with what your broadband provider is doing, you cannot exit. Not only that, but when you leave your email provider or you leave your social networking site and you go to another website, you escape the visibility of that prior edge provider, right? Now, don't get me wrong, edge providers are trying like mad to increase the visibility they have on the web. And in some instances, they're being quite successful. They're nearing ISP levels of visibility, which is why I said to the chairman a moment ago, we might want to talk about whether we need regulations in other areas as well. But choice is the defining answer to the question you've asked.
Can you define or describe the kind of profile an ISP could create of a subscriber using only data that's encrypted?
Sure. So even with the prevalent form of encryption, which is HTTPS, they are still privy, your ISP is still privy to the domain name, right? The domain name of the website you visited. I will fully concede that with this form of encryption, they don't know whether you're reading an article about Orlando or an article about the DC Circuit opinion, but they do know that you're at the New York Times website, or they do know that you're at a blog that is a highly specific blog. And I think it's important at this moment in time to compare what can be known through a domain name versus the telephone numbers that we were focused more on in 1996, right? Sometimes a telephone number tells you a lot about what you likely said during that call. Quite often that's true for domain names. So picture, if you will now, these domain names, which are quite revealing, being compiled. I mean, imagine it almost visibly trailing after you in an indelible trail that is now being stored at a corporation 1,000 miles distant that you've never met before, right? So this is what is being kept on a minute-by-minute, second-by-second basis. It's never being disposed of. And, you know, up until now, ISPs have been pretty restrained in not using that, for example, to sell advertising to you.
You know, there's an irony here to me, and that is that the American people have always been, I think, justifiably suspicious of big government. What it can do, what it holds, how it can be used against people. And yet, in this debate, we're saying, or some are saying, it's all right, it's okay. You know, we can be tracked, we can be traced, we can be followed. They're sitting on each shoulder. Somehow, for some, that seems acceptable. So I don't think that. I just don't. I think that sensibility of the American people is on target. And at any rate, I'm way over my time. Thank you to the three of you. I appreciate
May I
it.
just add a comment, and I agree with
Well, I think my time is up.
Oh, I gave you an extra minute.
you. May I just, and I agree with you.
Yeah, but I don't want to
Privacy
hear.
protection is critically
Yeah.
important.
Yeah,
But
Quickly.
I do think that you have to keep in mind, and let's assume Section 222 is upheld constitutionally. We'll stipulate to that for purposes of this discussion, even though no less an authority than Larry Tribe has raised constitutional concerns about it.
oh, come on,
But,
get to your point.
But if you take, my point is this, if you go back to the
You don't
constructive-
like it.
If you
I
go back
get
to
it.
the constructive criticism in the FTC's comment, and there are 28 points where it makes suggestions, the biggest suggestion it has is have an opt-in for sensitive data, have an opt-in maybe for deep packet inspection. Those are things that are in the 2012 privacy report that
Yeah.
we worked on.
Well,
But if you do that,
I don't know,
think
I have
that-
to
think
tell you,
that my
you know
co-
how I
think
would
that my
respond to
coalition,
that? If you have
Congresswoman-
children and they're pals, ask them
I do.
how they,
I do. And
they
I think
like
that
what
I
you're
think that my
suggesting.
coalition would have
I
far
don't think
fewer
it
objections
flies.
if the FCC just took the FTC's advice in the comment.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. And now we'll go to the ranking member of the subcommittee. I keep doing that. Vice Chair of the subcommittee, Mr. Latta.
Boy, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for our panel for being here today. Really appreciate your testimony today. Mr. Brake, if I could start with you. In the NPRM, the FCC proposes to treat device identifiers such as IP addresses as personally identifiable information, which in turn could not be shared with third parties absent affirmative consent from the owner of the device. Since many Internet of Things devices utilize IP addresses, is there a risk that the rule, if adopted, would dampen innovation and the delivery of the innovation technology type devices that would substantially benefit consumers?
Absolutely. I think this rulemaking has potential to dampen innovation across the board, both in the Internet of Things and obviously on the actions ISPs. I think the rules governing the treatment of personally identifiable information are incredibly overbroad and will have reverberating impacts throughout the ecosystem, yes.
You know, when you talk about, when you were looking at how much that impact could be, how large would it be on that innovation? Because, you know, we've seen, you know, we've had so much testimony in this committee through the years as to what as the chairman started off with this morning, talking about how much innovation has brought and the amount of money that's been spent. Well, do you have any kind of a clue what we could see happen if that innovation is dampened and how much that would be?
there are all sorts of specific practices that we think are beneficial to the overall economy. I think it's worth noting, I think in a lot of the privacy conversations, it's taken as a given that, all the uses of data are necessarily scary or a bad thing. But to my mind, targeted advertising, a potential business practice that ISPs have been exploring, can very much be a good thing, can enhance consumer welfare, giving them less intrusive, more helpful advertisements, and overall enhance economic activity on the internet. There are practices such as ISPs exploring offering of free Wi-Fi services based on offering targeted advertisements that I don't see how those could possibly operate on an opt-in only basis, not conditional on the provision of the service as is proposed by the rules. It seems to me that the rules would outlaw that type of service. I think there are a number of ways in which the basic infrastructure of telecommunications is shifting towards software, away from hardware and more provisioned in software. And all of that is going to be largely dependent on availability of data. Much of that is, granted, is in providing the communication service, but I'm worried that these rules could dampen ISP's ability to either internalize those functions or outsource them to third-party companies without extensive compliance procedures. Those are just a few. I think large impact on.
Well, thank you. Moving on, Mr. Leibowitz, if I could ask, in the FTC's 2012 privacy report, the agency asserted that the operating systems and browsers may be in a position to track all or virtually all of a consumer's online activity, create highly detailed profiles. Should consumers' privacy protection related to their online activity be different because operating systems and browsers are subject to the FTC's jurisdiction, but because of the FCC's open internet order, internet service providers are subject to the FCC's jurisdiction?
I'm not sure I caught all of that question, Mr. Latta.
Okay.
But let me try to answer
Yeah.
it, and you can direct me. So this is our 2012 privacy report, and it looked at large platform providers. There's a section in it. And large platform providers included ISPs and included other big data collectors like Facebook and Google. And what we said was that with respect to large platform providers who collect data, perhaps there should be heightened scrutiny. But what we also said is that it should be consistent across the board. And the FTC held a workshop after we released this report on large platform providers. And at that hearing, a number of consumer groups also raised the point. And by the way, this report was criticized by many in business, including, I believe, the ITIF, actually, for being too pro-consumer. I don't mean to mischaracterize it, but I think that's accurate. And a number of consumer groups actually at the hearing, and I will put those quotes in the record, actually argued that you have to have similar rules across industries for all data collection. They called for technology-neutral standards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Matsui, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just learned this morning that the FCC's legal authority over broadband was upheld in the net neutrality case. And now it's clear that the FCC has oversight and consumer protection authority for broadband. My questions are about how to best exercise this authority on behalf of consumers. With this decision, it is more important than ever that the FCC get these privacy rules right. Now, consumers need to have confidence in the safety and security of their information. Today, that means more than just logging onto a desktop computer connected to your home broadband provider. The devices that Americans are using for financial transactions or communicating healthcare information are often connected to a wireless network. Professor Ohm, can you elaborate on the information collection practices that internet service providers are using today over wired and wireless networks, and to what extent are consumers aware of the amount of personal information shared with their ISP?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. I should say in the obnoxiously long 9-page CV that I submitted, we haven't mentioned yet that I have an undergraduate degree in computer science, and I worked for 2 years as a systems network programmer and systems administrator. And so although that experience is a little dated, I still keep up with quite a bit of this information.
I'm sure you do.
So there is a fundamental technology called NetFlow. NetFlow is, you can think of it as the kind of permanent record that you were always warned about in high school. But this isn't a record of how many times you chewed gum in school. This is a permanent record of these individual transactions, right? What website you're visiting, what IP address you're visiting, and that is stored. Now, I will be the first to concede that the way that is stored right now, it would require some engineering to extract it and then to start advertising based on it. But I think it's exactly that engineering that the ISPs are hoping to achieve and are worried that the privacy rule might prevent them from doing. But that record is there. That record is being created.
Okay, okay. Now, all witnesses, are there different risks that mobile broadband consumers face, and how should privacy rules account for this? Mr. Leibowitz.
Well, look, I think you've asked two really good questions. I think with respect to mobile broadband, first of all, there's quite a bit of competition. All you have to do is turn on the TV and you will watch the advertisements of the mobile broadband providers. What do we think? We think at the 21st Century Privacy Coalition that there should be, that if there is going to be an opt-in, it shouldn't be for everything. It shouldn't be for commonplace sort of business, commonplace information. It should be for sensitive information. And that's what the FTC called for in its privacy report, and that's what it called for in its comment. And if you look closely at that comment, and if the FCC looks closely at that comment, and I'm sure it will, it could dramatically improve its rule.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of good advice in it.
Professor quickly, yes.
Yeah, I so appreciate the question because it gives me the opportunity to talk about one aspect of mobile broadband that has been raised only obliquely, which is you often hear this number thrown around in this debate that the average American has 6.1 devices, right? I think the average DC telecom lawyer may have 6.1 devices, but for many people in more modest circumstances, for many minorities, they have one lifeline to the internet, and that's their mobile phone. Right. It has become, how they find jobs, how they communicate, how they find dates, and so that one thing, right, has become an essential part of this entire debate about the FCC. And I don't want to lose sight of those people when we're talking about these privacy rules.
Okay, Mr. Blake.
Yes, I agree with Mr. Leibowitz. I think that the number of mobile providers dramatically increases the number of choices that consumers have, and beyond that, with the offering of a simple opt-out that is already available to consumers, I don't see that as being particularly different situation as it is with fixed providers.
Okay.
And again, I return to you want to have an overarching framework that can apply to any actors in the ecosystem, and you want this for reasons other than the particular information that's collected by any particular actor.
You had a quick comment?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing, and it goes back to a point you made, a point Mr. Ohm made, and a point Ms. Eshu made about consumer choice. So there's one area where the FCC particularly gives consumers no choice, and you mentioned one device. If I have one device, if I'm a family of 4 and I make $40,000 a year, and I would like to allow an ISP to collect information, not necessarily disseminate it, but to collect aggregated information or de-identified information, and they're offering me a $250 a year discount, as long as they explain that to me, I should be able to make that choice. That's the concept of notice and choice, which is embedded in the FTC's approach, embedded in the FTC's recommendation. And the FCC would say, you can't make that choice. An ISP isn't allowed to do that. Now, if the ISP were collecting identified data like a data broker and then selling it, that would be a real problem. And most of us in the room today probably might pay that extra $20 a month. But if someone wants to make that choice themselves, they should be given the opportunity to make that choice.
Okay, well, I'm sorry I've run out of time.
That's right.
so
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the Vice Chair of the full committee, Congresswoman Blackburn from Tennessee, for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you all. Mr. Leibowitz, I'm going to stay with you. Appreciate your perspective always, and you're spending some time with us. The rules, the data security rules proposed by the FCC also seem much more stringent and prescriptive than the standard that is there at the FTC. And I wanted to know if you could just briefly give what you think would be a justification for that.
For the FCC's rule?
Yes.
Well, look, I think once it made the decision to do Title II net neutrality, then you needed to have a cop on the beat. And so it makes sense for the FCC to do a rethink. But the truth is that the FTC rules could actually incorporate the FCC's approach, that is, an enforcement-based approach, plus the suggestions in the privacy report about where you should have an opt-in, which is for sensitive data, vulnerable populations like kids. We worked on the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. And they could do that, and it would be much more balanced. Now, it still wouldn't be entirely technology neutral, but I think it would go a long way towards making the 21st Century Privacy Coalition members, to bringing down sort of the decibel level of their concerns, which are legitimate concerns, and towards taking a better and more balanced approach that both protects privacy, which is critically important, but also allows for innovation.
Thank you. You know, one of the things is we have looked at what the Chairman Wheeler, has had to say. I feel like he's almost done an about face, if you will, in the past couple of years when it comes to addressing network security and data security, because a couple of years ago, and here's a quote that he said, and I'm quoting him, "The Commission cannot hope to keep up if we adopt a prescriptive regulatory approach." And as you said, that's what they are doing, is much more prescriptive. And that he also followed that with the statement that the FCC should rely on industry and market first to develop business-driven solutions to the security issues. And I wish that's where we were. I wish that's what we saw coming up. Mr. Brake, coming to you for a minute. I want to go back to your testimony, page 4, where you talk about the gatekeeper model when thinking about the broadband provider's relationship to the consumer data. Can you elaborate as to why you think that is the wrong way to think about the relationship, and why you think it leads to confusion with the consumers?
Absolutely. So Professor Ohm spoke about this earlier, the issue of choice, of the fact that consumers only have so many choices when it comes to ISPs. So I think this issue of choice is often misrepresented as a factual matter. Consumers often have more than 2 fixed, and of course we have 4 mobile countrywide carriers, and there's a general trend towards more new entrants in this space. Switching costs are, of course, not unique to broadband, and especially in mobile, switching costs are going down dramatically. We have carriers offering to pay consumer switching costs. And also, some of the statistics from Professor Ohm, I think, are misrepresented from the FCC's relatively arbitrary definition of broadband at 25 megabits per second. When you change that to 10 megabits per second, the numbers go dramatically up. Over, I think, 78% have a choice of 2. 2 fixed. And so beyond that, I think the visual metaphor of broadband providers as intermediaries in the middle is misleading, and it's far better to think of them as one platform in concert with a number of other large platforms. This is exactly how the FTC recommended that we think about this issue in its 2012 privacy guidelines. It mentioned that it's important that we, recognize technology-neutral frameworks, and that these are, one type of platform among many. And again, I have to return to, even if this is a particularly large platform, when consumers have the ability to opt out, as is available now, or even if the FCC wanted to go with the FTC's guidelines and offer opt-in only for sensitive information, that would be a tremendous improvement over the rules as proposed.
Well, I'm one of those that appreciates notice and choice, and I prefer being able to opt in as opposed to having to opt out. I think the opt-in is less confusing and brings more clarity because people understand what they're getting into on the front end and appreciate that. Thank you all, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, for 5 minutes.
Well, I think, Chairman, I want to commend the panel. It's a very lively discussion. I appreciate it. Very informative as well. Mr. Leibowitz, as chairman of the FTC, you testified before the Senate Commerce Committee that the common carrier exemption to the FTC Act should be lifted. There's a quote here I can give you, but I'll pass on that. At the hearing in this committee earlier this Congress, Ranking Member Pallone asked if you supported lifting the exemption without preempting any other part of the Communications Act. You unequivocally said yes. Do you still hold this position today in your role as chairman of the 21st Century Privacy Coalition? Should the FTC lift
I certainly
exemption?
hold that as my personal position, is that the common carrier exemption should be eliminated, absolutely.
So is your personal position. What about your position as chairman of the
Well, as
coalition?
the 21st Century Privacy Coalition, I think a number of the carriers, I haven't gone back and polled them, but I think a number of the carriers would support lifting the common carrier exemption. Now, they would prefer, and this was the White House position, that the FTC have sole jurisdiction for privacy enforcement.
Thank you. Mr. Blake, in your testimony, you argue the ISPs don't actually have much access to consumers' data because so much of the data is now encrypted. Yet, ITIF's Unlocking Encryption report released earlier this March notes that even when information is encrypted, law enforcement can have a lot of information from analyzing users' metadata. If law enforcement can draw important insights from analyzing metadata, wouldn't an ISP also have the ability to benefit from analyzing users' metadata?
That's absolutely true. I mean, we're not denying that metadata is still available. The high-level URL, the web address, is still available to ISPs.
And a lot of information can be gleaned about users from that metadata.
That's correct, yeah. And to the extent that that can be used under an appropriate privacy framework, such as that offered by the FTC, we think that that's a good thing. We think that that offers ISPs the opportunity to enter into targeted advertising, allows for other innovations. And so we wouldn't deny that there is still available metadata, but I think it's important to look back at how unpredicted and unprecedented the rise of encryption is, and how dramatically this changes both the scope and the type of information that is available to ISPs. It was not that long ago that very respected privacy scholars predicted that ISPs would deploy DPI at scale, deep packet inspection at scale, based on trends in Moore's law. As processing power increases, that would become cheaper and more available. That turned out not.
But the metadata is still going to be available.
But what happened was widespread rise of encryption, and so I think that this sort of the ways in which technology can shift the ground, under our feet with regard to these sorts of practices should caution us towards flexible, ex post enforcement
That's true, but
rather than
the same
upfront
goes true with
rules.
the amount of information that's available for metadata, the same argument. Professor Ohm, would you comment on?
Yeah, no, this is such an important point, and I think it's something to really underscore, right? So in my misspent youth, along with being a systems administrator, I was also a computer crimes prosecutor at the Justice Department.
What job did you not have?
And I will say that there is a richness to metadata that is useful to the FBI, right? This has come up time and time again, and I commend the ITIF for acknowledging that in the report you referenced. I will also say this is something to consider when you think about the spread of encryption. There is an intrinsic relationship between, is data useful for advertising? Is data useful for the FBI? Is data potentially privacy invasive, right? We have not yet invented the magic wand that allows us to wave it over a database and remove only the privacy violation, but retain the law enforcement utility and the advertising utility. It's a really, really vexing relationship of data. So if the Swire report, right, and I don't think he goes this far, but if it is read to say that encryption is literally blinding ISPs, then it means that ISPs have very little revenue to make from the stream of data that they're being deprived. The benefit that is lost is very small. You can't have it both ways, right? Either the data continues to be valuable for advertising, which is exactly why it continues to be a potential privacy violation, or the data is blinded through encryption, which saves us from privacy violation, but it also makes it nearly worthless to the ISP. Again, I wish we had the magic wand that would allow us to have the optimal results of both of those things, but I'm sorry to say it just doesn't exist.
But you know what?
So, Mr. Ohm, does this proposal also result in increased confusion to consumers?
No, I mean, so the consumer confusion point has been made repeatedly in this debate. The entire essence of the FTC framework, which has been lauded by everyone, is that consumers somehow will read hundreds of privacy notices, become informed about the different choices, and make intelligent choices all along, right? This is the premise of the FTC model. We're talking about adding a few more privacy notices. I don't understand why this is going to increase consumer confusion in the ways that have been argued. That argument, I'll be quite honest, I've thought a lot over the last 4 days about what that argument even means. And if we believe in the FTC model, it's hard to say that this is going to increase consumer confusion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Chair now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for questioning. This is actually a great hearing. Appreciate your time. It's very difficult. I wish the Johnson clan was still here, because they're like you got smart people, obviously, behind you that are watching this very closely, but they're average Joes, right? They're just trying to figure out, they're dealing with, FTC, FCC, ISP, browsers, all this world that you're digging deep into where everybody else's head is kind of spinning. That's why I'm a former infantryman. We had the KISS principle, keep it simple. How many of you think it's time to rewrite the Telecom Act? Mr. Brake, Mr. Leibowitz, Mr. Ohm? Come on, join the movement here.
I think laws are meant to be reassessed, so
Right.
why don't we?
Very good. I do too. And the 96 Telecom Act was great. It did things that hadn't been done before. It dealt with internet issues, but it really was and tried to bring competition into the market, and it also did voice and video delivery. It wasn't in this data world. I mean, it's 20 years now. I mean, there was no Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Twitter, Snapchat, YouTube, BuzzFeed, GroupMe. No, none of those. We're in a different world, so that's why I'm all in. It's time to do the hard work and really to keep it simple. So we don't have this fight. We got this fight now, FTC, FCC. We need to simplify this process. And there's historical activities that have been done that have been proven correct. But I don't know if people are going to discount the other aspects of this whole privacy, security, and the stuff my colleague Mr. McNerney talked about, right? Especially on security. I've been pretty vocal on Apple and encryption, and shouldn't there be a way that they give it back to Apple, get the information so we can do our security issues? You got a staffer behind you that keeps shaking his head yes or no on everything that's being said, and I don't appreciate it. So, I think we really need to open up these debates again. I also do some European issues, Eastern European, national security, NATO, EU. So I've been following this safe harbor stuff, now turned into U.S.-EU Privacy Shield debate. And the European Commission, Vera Jourova, confirmed yesterday, which means today, that they should be close to an agreement. What's that agreement based upon? FTC or FCC? And if, Mr. Lieberts, why don't you give me a...
Well, I mean, I think that the executive branch is holding up the FTC approach as the approach that protects privacy, including the privacy of European consumers. That's the Privacy Shield. And my concern, and I think the executive branch's concern is, but I won't speak for them, is that if you are criticizing the FTC approach as too weak, and actually I think in many ways the FTC approach is stronger than the FCC approach.
Quickly.
And it puts the American government in a potentially complicated position as it's negotiating that privacy shield.
Let me go to Mr. Brake. What signal are we sending to the European Union?
I think I absolutely agree with Mr. Leibowitz. I think this undermines our stance that the FTC approach, and in the true fact that the FTC approach has been successfully applied to a number of different internet actors all across this ecosystem. If I may very quickly jump back to your earlier point about the history of legislation, I think it's important to point out Professor Ohm has stated that it's unambiguous that 222 authorizes the FCC to regulate here. I think that that's questionable. This section of the statute was written, 96 Act, this was written to introduce competition in telephone networks. So this was a different type of network, different actors, and is largely focused on competition, not pulling information from rival networks as competition was introduced to telephones. Was not focused on privacy.
Thank you. So let me continue to make this as confusing as possible. So, Mr. Ohm, does it seem contradictory to you that the FCC is seeking to impose stringent regulations or more stringent on the ISPs, while at the same time opening up consumer viewing habits for anyone to track in the FCC's current proceedings on set-top boxes?
Yeah, no, set-top box privacy is something that we should be concerned about as well. I completely concede that. I think the ability to track websites is richer data, more likely to cause privacy harms. I absolutely think that's true too. I mean, the other thing I will say in response to your question is there has been the specter throughout this entire hearing that the FCC somehow is prohibiting conduct when in my reading of the NPRM, they're actually just shifting to an opt-in consent model, right? And so they're still giving you the ability to be very, very innovative in your business models as long as you tell the consumer what you want to do and get their permission to do it. I mean, that seems a far cry from a blanket prohibition.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for your time, and I'll now yield back my time and turn to my colleague from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to commend the panel. It's been a very interesting discussion, and everyone makes very good cases, I think. I will disagree and agree with Mr. Shimkus, and in doing so disagree with Mr. Ohm. 1996 is the dark ages in terms of where we are, and one of the things that I constantly obsess about is how we as a Congress, which moves at its optimum efficiency at 10 miles an hour, probably these days 2 or 3 miles an hour, and in a world that's moving at 100 miles an hour, and how do we possibly keep pace in making policy? And I'm one who's willing to sign on right now to Mr. Shimkus's idea of rewriting the Telecommunications Act. I think it's negligent that we don't consider doing that. I'm concerned about a couple things. One is I personally would prefer one agency to deal with one subject, philosophically, generally speaking. I also think it's important that we not only have an enforcement facility, but we also have a rulemaking facility. I think we can't just say go out and do whatever you want and then we'll clamp down on you. I don't think that makes sense. I also don't think it is useful in a rule or in statute to distinguish between the participants in this world. I look at the cross-media ownership rules and how silly they are in today's world when every broadcast facility is also doing print. They're doing it online, but they're doing print, and every newspaper is doing broadcasting. I mean, there is no distinction anymore between those functions, and certainly the public doesn't get them. So, you know, I'm sure Google, my district of Louisville, Kentucky, Google is coming in right now with putting up high-speed capacity, competing with the existing internet service providers. So those worlds are going to merge as well, and ISPs are not going, 5 years from now, are not going to be what ISPs are now. I also understand very clearly the need to maintain this advertising capability online. I was involved for many years, and now my son is involved in a free media publication that only survives because advertising is in there. And as a matter of fact, the entire history of commercial broadcasting in this country involves advertising that consumers accept. They accept the intrusion. Now they can record and fast forward them, but there wouldn't have been broadcast television, commercial television, nor would there be radio without advertising. And so I accept the fact that we need to accommodate those. All that being said, I'm not really sure where I come out on this. I suspect that, again, I think we do need rules going, the rules of the game, as well as an enforcement capability. But would you comment, Mr. Ohm, on this whole question about edge providers and that broadband providers sit in a privileged place and that at the bottleneck? Could you explain what that means, being in a privileged place?
Sure, absolutely, and if I may follow and connect that to some of the things, the excellent points that you've just brought up, right? So you've compared the advertising ecosystem of our online world, and let me be clear, 1996, there was a different internet. I first signed on in 1991, and it was a very empty, lonely place at the time. But advertising as it existed in the radio and television markets that you talked about was not behavioral advertising, right? It was keyed to the television show you were watching or the radio show. There's a lot of advertising on the internet that is contextual in the same way, and it makes a lot of revenue for a lot of people and creates all sorts of innovation. So we're talking about the slim layer at the top, which is how many extra pennies can we extract from a consumer if we know this digital dossier about them, right? So it's not enough to say you're on a travel website, I'm going to show you a travel ad. The move is, yeah, but we want to know when you're going to Cabo San Lucas, and we want to know whether you like an aisle seat or not. This is the extra stuff we're talking about. We're not talking about getting rid of advertising. We're certainly not talking about getting rid of contextual advertising. We're talking about the advertiser's ability to pry essentially into your habits, into your mind, into your experiences, into your preferences, and build a virtual version of you in their server that they can then use to serve you
Yeah,
advertising.
every third paragraph of a political story I read now has a golf-related ad.
Yes, right.
Yes.
No, it happens to all of us. Or you look at a
Doesn't
pair of
bother me.
shoes and it haunts you for the next month. Right? Maybe you should buy the shoes. So what we're really talking about here is that thin behavioral layer. And by the way, one of the things that has been criticized is that there's disparate treatment. The disparate treatment means there will be online behavioral advertising throughout the internet ecosystem. In fact, also by ISPs, because the ISPs no doubt will convince some of their customers to opt in based on whatever benefit they're going to give them, and they'll be able to take part of this ecosystem too. Nothing in the proposed rules stops an ISP for competing directly with a search engine or with some other service, a social network, right?
Let me just add, and
My time's up. I would love for you to answer. But
if I could just add to your point, and I agree with most of what Professor Rum said, and I agree with most of what you said. First of all, those golf ads that you're getting, those are invisible cyberazzi who are collecting information. They are not touched by this. They're people who put cookies in your computer. They are not touched by this proposed rule. Second of all, 1996 was the dark ages when it came to the internet, and that's why I think all of you, and you're the policymakers, believe that there should be, it seems like there's bipartisan support for a rethink of the Telecommunications Act. When we did our rethink of privacy, protecting consumer privacy in an era of rapid change in 2012, I want to make a process point. We took 450 separate comments. We took 2.5 years. We did 3 workshops. We did a workshop after we put out a draft report. This is really important stuff, and you can't do it in a quick 6-month turnaround under the APA. You need to get it right. And this rulemaking, this proposed rulemaking, and it can improve, doesn't get it right.
All right.
They looked at the FTC.
I need to go now to Mr. Johnson from Ohio for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leibowitz, do you think the FCC's proposed rules could interfere with routine business operations?
Well, I think they encompass routine business operations so that, for example, the FTC approach, the FTC said in its comment to the FCC, you should have an opt-in for sensitive data, perhaps for deep packet inspection. That's not actually being reviewed right now, but not for routine information. That benefits consumers. There's no harm to it.
Okay, all right. Well, following on with you, Mr. Leibowitz, I'm concerned about the huge scope of data covered by the FCC's rules. There seem to be many data elements, for example, IP addresses, device identifiers, domain information that cannot on their own identify a specific person but are nonetheless defined as customer proprietary information under the proposal. I understand that a number of commenters that are not ISPs, that IT companies, network engineers, security specialists, et cetera, have expressed concern about the unprecedented scope of that data, of the data being covered here and its potential impact on how the internet works and how consumers experience the internet today. Are you concerned about that as well, the data that's covered?
I do share those concerns.
Okay. Well, I'm particularly concerned with the number and complexity of the issues raised in this proceeding and the potential for unintended consequences. As I understand it, before the FTC adopted its framework, your agency spent over 15 months working through various practical applications and quote-unquote use case scenarios to try to minimize the potential for unforeseen adverse effects. But the FCC seems determined to get an order out by September or October, no matter what. Isn't rushing the process incompatible with the agency's imperative to think through all the potential consequences of this kind of regimen?
Well, I think the agency is operating, the FCC is operating under the APA, but to do this rule properly, you need to think about it carefully. And I will say that, going back to Mr. Yarmouth's point, I was with, after we had that 15-month process, we did an event at the White House where the Obama administration rolled out its consumer bill of rights, privacy rights, and it called for the FTC to have sole jurisdiction, only jurisdiction over privacy issues, consistently across every industry. And so, going back to Mr. Yarmouth's point, if you're going to have one industry, I mean, the FTC shouldn't be doing spectrum allocation, and I'm not so sure the FCC should be doing privacy.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Mr. Brake, one of the major flaws we've heard about today in the FCC's proposed rules is the lack of uniformity for the rules. What does this mean for consumers and their data as they use the internet, and how does privacy protection change depending on what services or products they may be using?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think that one of the important reasons that we want to have uniform rules is to allow for industries to explore different parts of the internet ecosystem unimpeded by particular regulatory restrictions. So I think that that is my overwhelming goal, is to allow companies to innovate across different sector lines. To my mind, I think that the distinction between edge and broadband provider is going to be increasingly blurred over time. And so to be going back to this model of creating sector-specific regulatory silos is just taking a step backwards in time. So I think over the long term, it affects consumers in that we'd see less innovation, less flexibility in different business models throughout the entire internet ecosystem, the more that we build up these specific sector rules. I also agree with the point made by Mr. Leibowitz earlier that I think that this will continue to confuse consumers to think that, you know, information as it's protected, as it's treated by particular industry actors would be different, you know, depending on, you know, whether they want to opt in or opt out. Could be different depending not on their expectation of privacy or what the actual data is, but on the specific actor that they're interacting with.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Clark for her opportunity to ask questions. Please go ahead.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our ranking member. I thank our panelists today for lending their expertise in this very complex issue of privacy and innovation. Mr. Ohm, the rise of mobile broadband, you alluded to this in one of your answers earlier, has ushered in a new era of convenience in the terms of accessing the internet. But it has also created highly detailed portraits of the user's life. The information gathered from a cell phone, particularly real-time location data, is far more sophisticated than information gathered from wired connections. Can we really expect an industry framework to protect this sensitive information when it represents such a significant marketing opportunity?
That's right. No, some describe kind of the great untapped part of the advertising market to be local advertising, right? So the idea is if you're walking by, I was going to say Circuit City. I'm not sure they exist in large numbers anymore. But if you walk by a particular retailer, they'll notice you're there and send you an advertising. And so there is a lot of competition to figure out where you are on a minute-by-minute basis to fix your location. I've written an article in the Southern California Law Review about sensitive information. And in that article, I've gone on the record saying Congress really ought to have a Location Privacy Protection Act of 2016 for exactly the reasons that you're suggesting. This is deeply sensitive information. There are many stories about women entering battered women's shelters. The first thing they're told to do is take their battery outside of their telephone, right? Because there's so many different ways that not only corporations, but maybe even other individuals can track your location using the tracking device that we all carry with us. It's something to be quite concerned about.
There's also that concern now with even automobiles, right? And
that's right, right. Smart cars and autonomous cars. And one other thing I will say on this, because I could not agree more, and I haven't had the opportunity to say that the FTC report is a towering achievement for an agency. They recognize, and I didn't work on it, this actually predated my time there, they recognize in the report that location information does belong in the categories of sensitive information for exactly the same reasons.
A recent story regarding Cable One, an internet service provider, illustrates the fears that I think many have about internet ecosystem without sufficient privacy protections. According to their CEO, the company was able to determine which customers were high value and low value based on their credit scores. As a result, some customers received better service from Cable One than others simply because their personal information was available. Are you concerned that customers' data could potentially be used to discriminate against them, as in the case of Cable One?
Yeah, and not only am I concerned, I mean, this is where the pessimism really starts to come out, I'm sorry to say. Study after study has shown that there is data that someone can use to guess your FICO score with great accuracy, even if they promise never to look at your FICO score, right? And so there's one story that's documented, although I didn't do the research, that a Canadian bank asked a single question, which was, is this person applying for a loan the type of person who buys the rug protectors on the bottom of their furniture? And if they doled out loans based only on that one piece of information, they'd basically make about the same in terms of defaults and returns, right? And so the idea here that I'm trying to get to is if we let ISPs have unrestricted access to the domain data that we've been talking about this entire day, this Cable One story may not be an outlier, right? It may be that what they're doing is using big data techniques to infer that you're not a good credit risk, even if they promise never to look at your FICO score. So this relates absolutely to the need for the FCC rule.
Mr. Leibowitz, did
Well,
you
I was
want
going
to
to say,
respond?
it's definitely, it definitely should concern all lawmakers. It's an important policy issue, and the FTC has done multiple workshops. One when I was there, some since I've left, about this very issue and what it does to expand the already troubling digital divide. So it's an issue. Now, I also would say that there are some other areas within the FCC proposed rule that would potentially expand that digital divide and make it worse. So take, for example, a 23-year-old who lives in Crown Heights, or a family of 4 that lives there and is on $40,000 a year. If it wanted discounted internet service in exchange for collection of data, maybe not dissemination of data by name, it could be de-identified and it may not be disseminated at all, that person wouldn't have the right to make a choice because it would be banned by the FCC's proposed rule. It just seems to us that people and consumers ought to have choice, particularly when the choice is, maybe some modest collection of data against, savings of hundreds of dollars a year that could be important to people.
Mr. Brake, did you
on the
want to respond?
Cable One point, I think there's general agreement that nobody wants to see anyone denied service or offered particularly bad service based on any sort of collection of information. But it seems to me that if companies want to address issues like churn or decide who to upsell based on particular data sets, that seems entirely consistent with other areas of the economy and can make the overall system more efficient. Better, and moreover, I think it's important that data sets like that, I think, can be more accurate and better than other proxies that could have been used in the past.
My time has expired, but I thank you for your responses, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time's expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for testifying today. Congress should pay close attention to how agencies use and perhaps misuse statutory authority. But Mr. Leibowitz, I have a question first for you. The FCC is attempting to apply a statute written to cover information about telephone calls to information about consumers' online activities. In doing so, the FCC has broadly, perhaps too broadly, interpreted what information is included in the statutory requirement. And my question is, do you think Congress intended information such as IP and MAC addresses to be subject to Section 222?
Well, I was a staffer in the Senate during the 96 Act. People on this committee were there in the 96 Act. I will leave it for others to, I will leave it for members of this committee to make that determination, and perhaps for the courts. I would say it is certainly not clear from Section 222 that the Telecom Act, at least in my reading, was supposed to be quite so expansive. I'm sure there's going to be more discussion about that going forward.
Well, thanks. So I have a second question, and I'll lead up to it. But I do have concerns about the FCC's treating ISPs' use of data differently than other businesses who use online data. For one, I believe that consumers are more likely to have questions about how other online companies out there are mining their online data for ads and targeted marketing and other uses, as opposed to how service providers are using it. But as we've discussed at length today, the Commission is focused on treating two parts of the same industry very differently, which also raises constitutional questions. So for Mr. Liebers, I guess 3 questions, I'll ask them all and then let you answer is, Can you elaborate on the constitutional concerns that have been raised about the FCC's proposal? And second, do you consider the FCC's proposal to be the least restrictive means of protecting consumer privacy as required under the test in Central Hudson case?
Well, that is one of the prongs in the Central Hudson case, and I think there is an argument to be made that by not using the least restrictive means, to address a problem, which may or may not be a problem under one other prong of the Central Hudson test, that the FCC may exceed its constitutional authority. And you don't take my word for it. No one less than Larry Tribe has put a comment into the FCC that suggests that under the Central Hudson test, whether the asserted governmental interest is substantial, whether the regulation directly advances the government interest asserted, and whether it's more extensive than necessary. And I would certainly, based on my experience, not as a constitutional lawyer, but as an FTC official, think that it is more extensive than necessary, whether it fails the Central Hudson test.
And then one final question, and for Mr. Leibowitz, can the FCC's approach really achieve its intended goal when it applies only to a subset of the online ecosystem?
Well, it sort of depends on what its goal is at the FCC. I think the FTC's approach, when we were doing a deep think about privacy in 2010, 11, and 12, was that it should be technology neutral. And when we held a special workshop to look at the issues of what we called large platform providers, that is, collectors of big data, which include ISPs, Google, Facebook, various others, there was a general consensus at the workshop from consumer advocates, from businesses, from the commission, that any restrictions ought to be technology neutral and apply across the board. The FCC doesn't have the authority it believes to do that.
Okay. Well, thank you, and that finishes my questions. I'll yield back a minute and 11 seconds.
Gentleman is back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to start with Chairman Leibowitz. When you were chairman of the Federal Trade Commission, you testified before this committee that the FTC ought to have APA rulemaking authority, and last year you testified you still held that position. So just stepping away from the FCC's specific proposals for a minute, do you continue to believe that the FTC should have APA rulemaking authority? You just have to answer yes or no, if that's okay.
In my personal capacity, I do.
Thanks. And then I wanted to ask you, you've talked about the amount of good work the FTC has been able to do for consumers even without rulemaking authority. And I know that one of the tools the FTC uses are negotiated consent decrees that last for 20 years. Another tool is its ability to find practices unfair even without a finding of economic injury. Can you just elaborate on what tools the FTC used during your time there a bit?
Well, the FTC used a variety of tools when I was there, including strong orders, including policy papers like this one on privacy, including rulemaking, which we have for children, and Paul was a critical part of the update we did for the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act to make parents the gatekeepers for protecting their children's privacy, but also allow businesses some flexibility. So the FTC used all those tools, and it continues to use all those tools.
All right, thanks. So now I wanted to ask Professor some claim the FCC's proposal will make consumers worse off because having new rules will be too confusing. They argue that the FCC would be better off using only the after-the-fact enforcement that the FTC has traditionally used for websites. Now, I've seen data that shows that 2/3 of Internet users say that they would prefer more regulations than the ones that we're using today. Have you seen any independent research that shows whether consumers are confused if they're faced with these differing privacy regulations or policies?
Thank you for the question. Survey after survey has demonstrated that consumers desperately want more privacy. And to be quite honest, I'm not sure if they care if they get it from companies being beneficent or from the government imposing rules. They want more privacy, right? And I've never, except with one odd question that was reported out last week, I've never seen a survey that said, okay, which of the entities should owe you privacy and which shouldn't. I mean, this goes back to my earlier point about consumer confusion, right? a lot of our approach in privacy is that we give the consumer a lot of credit, right? We treat them like a sophisticated individual with autonomy and intelligence and awareness and incentives to worry about things like their privacy. This is kind of a bedrock underpinning of notice and choice, right? And so once again, it really does confuse me to hear so many people say that the FCC rules are going to be the last straw that are going to kind of befuddle our poor consumers. I have a lot more faith in the consumers, right? I think it's not just a legal fiction that notice and choice works. I think it actually has been proved in survey and research report after research report, but also in kind of just our lived experience, right? We actually have recognized that people can make good choices for themselves when they are armed with the right information, right? And that's all the FCC report does. There's no prohibition. It's opt-in consent and opt-out consent, and actually some implied consent where consent isn't even necessary. 3 simple categories, very easy to understand, right?
All right, thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
10 minutes back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Long, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Leibowitz, it's my understanding that the FTC has conducted more than 35 workshops, town halls, and roundtables that have focused on emerging issues in consumer privacy and security. How have these sessions helped inform the FTC's protection of consumer privacy?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What would the FCC perhaps benefit from a comparable process and series of events before adopting final rules?
Certainly taking a modest step in that direction might be useful in understanding where they might find consensus.
Can you pull your mic a little closer?
Oh, I'm sorry.
When you
Yes,
turn your head,
it
I'll
seems
lose
to me taking, no one is asking them to take 450 separate comments or to do 2.5 years, to take 2.5 years of, to go through a workshop and put out a draft rule and take 2.5 years as we did to finish our report. But I think a little bit of additional thinking in that direction might be a very useful thing to moving towards a more balanced rule, at least from the 21st Century Privacy Coalition's perspective.
Okay. Mr. Brake, will the FCC's proposed rules promote competition in the online ecosystem?
No, I think that the FCC's rules, insofar as they're explicitly structured around specific business models that broadband providers are currently engaged in, and placing limitations on any experimentation outside of that, I think it would greatly limit the possibility of broadband providers engaging in particular new business models around targeted advertising. Is most obvious.
And
I think it's explicitly designed. This is the common carriage of the 19th and the 20th century that is designed to lock in broadband providers into the historic business models that they have been engaged in.
So I'm assuming that you think FCC's proposed rules ignore the economic and technological realities of the Internet ecosystem.
Yep. Yes, I think so. I think they do, yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Leibowitz, the notice of proposed rulemaking proposes that a person's physical address and telephone number be included among protection information, even though that's not the case under the agency's consumer proprietary network information rules for voice providers. So a phone company can share name and address in what's called a phone book. A lot of people might not remember those, but they can share name and address in a phone book. But if the broadband provider were to share the same information, it would be on the hook for even an inadvertent action, such as a bill mailed to the wrong address. Why the change in policy?
Yeah, right. I mean, look, there's a lot of additional thinking that might be done to smooth out some of those inconsistencies, and I just want to make a point because I've heard a lot today about either it's like binary. Either there's nothing there's nothing anyone can do, or you have to take the FCC's NPRM as it is and just go forward with it. And that's just not that's just not the truth. The truth is that you can create some limits on ISPs and protect privacy at the same time without making everything opt-in. I would just, if I have one suggestion for the FCC, which is really the decider here, it would be take a look at the FTC's comment. I know they're going to do this. and be responsive to it, because if that happens, and I hope it will, and I believe it will, because I believe in agencies doing the right thing in rulemakings, they're going to make their rule much more balanced, still very privacy protective, but also flexible to allow the innovation I think that all of us on the panel and all of us on the dais would like to see.
Thank you. I've got a little bit less than a minute, but Mr. Ohm, when you talk about intellectual privacy rights, can you kind of define what you're talking about and how that
Sure.
works?
This comes from Professor Neil Richards at Washington University in St. Louis. The theory is that in many ways we are composed, and we are kind of an essential core of us is what we read and say, right? And that there should and ought to be additional privacy protections. I mean, Professor Richards is a First Amendment scholar who, by the way, couldn't disagree with Professor Tribe's analysis of this more. We've been trading some emails. But Professor Richards says that when someone implicates your ability to read and chills your ability to read what you want to read, that should be heightened privacy concern. And if I may, since we're almost out of time, end on a moment of agreement here, I think it's a wonderful thing about the American system that the FCC is doing this public notice and comment process. Nothing is final. They're going to reassess it as they go along. They have, the last time I checked, more than 50,000 comments filed in this proceeding, and they're going to have to talk about those comments. So we are going to know whether they took these concerns, and there's a lot of concerns, seriously, and if they don't, they will be held to account by this body and others.
Okay, thank you. And I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes himself for 30 minutes. 5 minutes for questions. Just making sure you're paying attention. Oh. Ready to go, Jan? You ready? Okay, the chair yields to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, for 5 minutes for questions.
First of all, I want to thank this, the chairman and ranking member so much for allowing me to be here today and to ask a question, not on this committee, but I have great interest. So let me start out with Mr. Leibowitz. You noted, not that I heard it, but I read it, that privacy is an important part of the Federal Trade Commission's consumer protection mission, and you praised the FTC's proven track record of success on privacy enforcement actions. Last week, the Subcommittee on Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade, where I'm the ranking Democrat, held a markup on a bill to change the FTC's enforcement authorities. Given your experience as chairman of the FTC, I'd like to ask you some questions about how the FTC protects consumers. I have well, let me ask this one. Currently, a company can use evidence of compliance with guidance as evidence of good faith, but a company cannot use evidence of compliance with guidance as evidence of compliance with law. Do you agree with Professor David Vladek's testimony from a couple of weeks ago that allowing a company to use evidence of compliance with guidance to prove compliance with the law would create a significant loophole in the FTC enforcement actions and make it more difficult for the FTC to protect consumers?
Well, let me say two things. So first of all, I'm testifying for the 21st Century Privacy Coalition, which does not have a position on, I haven't polled them on these 17 proposed bills that are coursing through your committee. I would have, and I haven't read this bill particularly, but I would have concerns with that bill in my personal capacity, absolutely.
As you know, the FTC can only make allegations that a person has violated a law. Did the Commission ever bring cases against a company simply for its failure to comply with guidance?
Guidance is different than, as you know, and we worked so closely together when I was at the FTC and you were ranking on the Consumer Protection Subcommittee. The FTC brings cases based on violations of the law, not violations of guidance. Now, the guidance are there for businesses so that, and consumers so that they understand what is and what is not permissible.
Just like the companies you represent, the FTC filed comments in response to the FCC privacy proposal. Is that something the FTC commonly does, provide comments to other agencies?
It does it from time to time. I'm particularly pleased that my former agency did it here because my sense is if it reads if the FCC closely reads, and I believe it will, the FTC's comment, which is based on our 2012 privacy report, which you know about, it will dramatically improve its draft rule.
Would such comments include an economic analysis? Would the FTC be able to do a meaningful economic analysis within the time a comment period is typically open?
Would the FCC be able
No,
to
would the FTC be able to do a meaningful economic analysis?
you know, the FTC always thinks about the cost benefits of privacy protections as it writes its report. But if you mean some sort of cost benefit as you do with a major rule, I don't think the FTC would have time to do that and submit it with respect to the FCC rule unless the FCC takes some additional time and to think through its rulemaking. And given the complexities of it, that they might decide to do that, and it might be an appropriate thing to do.
While you were at the FTC, I presume the FTC made at least one allegation using its unfairness authority, right?
Many allegations, and in a bipartisan way, too.
The Commission uses the unfairness statement issued in 1980, correct?
Yes, it did.
And should we be selectively codifying the statement so that unfairness claims can only be made if there is a substantial economic injury? Or should we be concerned about cases like the designer-wear in-home computer cyber peeping case, where we're concerned about that kind of invasion of privacy?
I think you know what my position would be in my personal capacity. And I would be concerned about any rules that hamstrung the FTC, which is an agency that I think clearly I hear today, really from both sides of the aisle, is one that has done a great job of protecting consumers. I'd have to look at the legislation some more, but it sounds to me like it is concerning.
Thank you. I really thank the committee for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Taylor yields back. The chairman now recognizes himself for 5 minutes for questions. First of all, thank you, Chairman Leibowitz, Mr. Alban, Mr. Blake, for coming this afternoon. Having worked for Phil Gramm for his last 4 years as our senator from Texas, I've learned some pearls of Texas wisdom. One is, and I quote, "It's easier to kill a vampire than a bad law or an overreaching federal rule," end quote. In my humble opinion, FCC's NPRM contains tentative conclusions that may be harder to kill than Count Dracula. So my first question are for you, Mr. Brake, and you, Chairman Leibowitz. In your opinion, are there tentative conclusions in the NPRM, and how hard will they be to overcome those conclusions in the record? Mr. Brake, you first.
Absolutely. The notice of proposed rulemaking, obviously a long, complex document, but makes a number of tentative conclusions, a number of tentative proposals that I think sets the framework in the wrong direction. So I think a course correction, something more akin to the FTC approach. And if I can, I narrow down on this issue, because I think Professor Ohm hit on it, that is really the heart of the question, is the choice architecture framework of the opt-in versus the opt-out. And so the FCC proposes to require an opt-in for any non-communications related uses of data. We think that the correct approach to promote innovation would be to require only an opt-out. Here you're asking consumers, many of which are very happy to make trade-offs around their privacy and do not have as deep concern about privacy as Professor Ohm or some of the other privacy advocates in the proceeding, to take the extra step and opt in. And so fundamentally, any consumer who really cares about their privacy can take the extra step and find that opt-out, and that solves the problem. I think just correcting that choice architecture could do an awful lot of good.
So just to follow up.
Yep, sir.
You know, I think the draft at least overshoots the mark. It creates, going back to your Phil Gramm analogy, it creates sort of a boogeyman among ISPs. They're not collecting deep packet inspection information or web browsing history now, and they're not collecting more information than others in the internet ecosystem. You ought to treat them, if you want to do privacy, if you want to enhance privacy protections for consumers by rule, you ought to do it with respect to sensitive information.
One more question for you, Chairman Leibowitz, and you, Mr. Brake, as well. Does the FCC proposal set the stage for double jeopardy? Is there potential for subjecting alleged violators to sanctions from two separate agencies or one agency but not the other? Is that a real possibility?
You know, that's an interesting question. I think with respect to ISPs, no, because by using Title II for net neutrality, it's just taken jurisdiction away from the FTC. Now, if the FCC tries to reach beyond that jurisdiction, then you could have two agencies doing privacy protection for the same company. But I'll also say this. In the 8.5 years I served on the FTC, both as a commissioner and then as chairman, and there was never an instance where, I mean, almost all of the privacy protection was ceded to the Federal Trade Commission, even as it came to ISPs, and ISPs were subjects of some privacy cases involving the FTC.
Certainly. So I would say on the first point, the question of the exact reach of the FTC's exemption, and the FTC experts can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that is something of an open question as to whether or not the common carrier exemption applies on a matter of status, whether or not a common carrier is a particular is a common carrier, or whether or not it's activities based, whether or not they're engaged in particular common carrier, classic common carrier activities. And frankly, even to my mind, I think it's a question whether or not privacy falls under the common carrier status, or if, as an activity, whether or not that's more a private carrier activity or a common carrier activity. So I know it's commonly accepted that the common carrier exemption has been triggered, but to my mind, if the FTC and FCC wanted to agree that this is a matter of private care, the privacy is a matter of private carriage, to my mind, it would be lawful for the FCC to leave this matter to the FTC entirely, and that's what we've advocated. On the second point, I think Mr. Leibowitz is correct that if the FCC wanted to, expand its reach to look at under 706 under regulating edge providers, that would certainly throw all of this into great confusion.
Well, thank you. My time has expired, and seeing no further members here, the chair announces to all the members you have 5 days to submit questions for the record. I want to thank all the witnesses for coming and remind everybody that today is Army's birthday. The United States Army is 240 years old, but the birthday present they won't get from Navy is a victory in that football game. Committee stands adjourned.
Hello.
Mic check, 1, 2. You got it? Mic check, 1, 2. Yeah, you got it. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, mic check. You got it? Yeah? Good.
Stop talking about the Cubs. All right. Committee will come to order, and the chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. So this really is an important markup that we start with opening statements this afternoon, as way too many families across the country have experienced a loved one suffering from mental illness. And our committee is advancing meaningful reforms to our mental health care system that will better help these individuals and their families. This is an issue that, yes, impacts every community in one way or another. From the heartbreaking tragedy in Newtown, Connecticut that helped inspire this legislation to the senseless rampage that we endured in February this year in Kalamazoo, we continue to hear tales of great loss where intervention was lacking or non-existent. We have a bill, thanks, that'll be bipartisan, thanks to the exhaustive efforts of Oversight and Investigation Chairman Murphy to help families in mental health crisis. Those suffering from mental illness need the attention of this Congress, and for too many, our fragmented system of grants, prevention, treatment simply doesn't always work. So tomorrow, when we finish, the committee will consider legislation that achieves long-sought reforms to help address all of these issues. H.R. 2646, the Helping Families in Mental Health Crisis Act, includes new reforms to make sure that the federal government is leveraging their dollars with investments in evidence-based programs. The bill includes reforms to provide that the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Agency, SAMHSA, new tools under the leadership of a new Assistant Secretary of Mental Health and Substance Abuse to do its job better. The bill will also provide accountability so that taxpayers can have more assurance that we're doing the very best with these critical dollars at SAMHSA to help those suffering from mental illness. H.R. 2646 calls on HHS to undertake rulemaking to ensure healthcare professionals can indeed communicate to caregivers. In some cases, healthcare providers simply lack an understanding of what the law allows them to do or not do to help patients suffering from mental illness. Additionally, 2646 includes new authorizations to expand treatment and expand our mental health workforce. This is critically important areas worthy of additional federal dollars and attention. Quite simply, if we need to be helping more folks at home, we need more trained professionals ready to do their job. The committee has spent considerable time, lots of time, on a bipartisan basis, trying to figure out the best way to enact meaningful reforms that will save lives, aid families, and provide comfort and relief to those struggling. That investment of time led to a strong bill that both Republicans and Democrats on this committee surely can be proud of. This markup is the culmination of a multi-year, multi-Congress effort. In the aftermath of the events across the country, Chairman Murphy got to work. At the time, mental health was a subject left for the shadows, and following an extensive O&I investigation that identified a problem, he commenced work on a thoughtful legislative solution. Throughout the process, we've achieved important reforms, most recently funding for the Assisted Opportunity Treatment Grant Program, AOT, in December's year-end spending package, and we also saw CMS expand settings for caring for the mentally ill in April. Thoughtful legislation takes time and dedication. This Congress, we've seen multi-year landmark efforts to make it across the finish line in SGR reform, updating our chemical safety laws, which is going to be signed into law in the coming days. 21st Century Cures is taking years. Pipeline safety, a good bill that passed the Senate by voice yesterday, and we continue to make progress. I'm hopeful that these mental health reforms that we've long pursued are on the same path to be signed into law. It's going to make a difference. Tomorrow, with what I expect will be a strong bipartisan vote, will mark another important milestone to delivering meaningful reforms, and I hope that the House will swiftly follow our lead. Particularly, I want to thank Mr. Pallone and members on the minority side, Mr. Kennedy, Ms. Matsui, Mr. Tomko, as well as our members that have really worked hard to get this bill in the shape that we have it in, ready to go tomorrow. And with that, I yield to my friend and ranking member, gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we are meeting to mark up an updated version of H.R. 2646, the Helping Families in Mental Health Crisis Act, At the legislative hearing on this bill, I expressed my hope that we could work together and find common ground to move bipartisan legislation forward that advanced the mental health system in this country. After months of hard work by both Democrats and Republicans, I'm pleased that we have been able to achieve that goal. It was no secret that there were significant differences of opinion on some of the key provisions included in the original bill that was marked up last year in the Health Subcommittee. But I want to thank Republican colleagues for continuing to meet with us and having the ongoing discussions needed to land at this bipartisan agreement. The bill we are considering represents a combination of the revised draft that Chairman Upton circulated on June 3rd, which eliminated policies that concerned many Democrats, and the addition of several provisions that Democrats advocated to make the final bill more meaningful. And these policies include new grant programs to address adult suicide and to create and disseminate model HIPAA training programs, and new provisions to strengthen compliance and enforcement of mental health parity. While I'm pleased with what we've been able to accomplish, I do want to be clear that I do not believe this bill represents a comprehensive mental health reform. Although it is a positive step forward, it is hardly a panacea for all the problems in our mental health system. For too long, our national infrastructure for treating mental health conditions has suffered from systematic fragmentation, neglect, and underinvestment. To truly address the resulting gap in our treatment capacity, we will need to continue to make sustained investments and improvements. And that means we must work to encourage all states to expand Medicaid and provide more resources to expand access to community-based mental health prevention, treatment, and recovery services across the country. And finally, Mr. Chairman, regardless of how comprehensive any mental health bill is, it's not a substitute for legislation to address the tragic instances of gun violence in this country. We're not going to begin to stop the violence until this Congress finally decides to address gun safety legislation. Again, I want to thank Chairman Upton, Oversight and Investigations Subcommittee Chairman Murphy, as well as the Democrats on the committee for all the hard work that was put into this important bill. I also want to thank Mr. Pitts and Mr. Green. I'm committed to working with you to see that H.R. 2646 gets signed into law. And I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. The chair reminds members that pursuant to committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. I'll now recognize myself 3 minutes for opening statement. We have before us today legislation to help reform our nation's mental health care system. The legislation authored by our colleague, Representative Tim Murphy, is designed to help families and their loved ones struggling with crises caused by mental health disorders. The bill makes available much-needed psychiatric, psychological, and supportive services. With more than 11 million Americans who suffer with severe mental illness, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, major depression, many are going without treatment, and often families struggle to find appropriate care for their loved ones. Since there is a patchwork of different programs and sometimes ineffective policies across numerous agencies, it's important for Congress to examine ways to fix the broken mental health system by focusing and coordinating programs and resources on psychiatric care for patients and families most in need of services. Over the past several years, Dr. Murphy, a practicing psychologist, has worked diligently on this legislation, and as chairman of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, Chairman Murphy launched a review of the country's mental health system beginning in January of 2013. The investigation, which included public forums, hearings with expert witnesses, document and budget reviews, and GAO studies, revealed that the federal government approach to mental health is a chaotic patchwork of antiquated programs and ineffective policies spread across numerous agencies with little to no coordination. The Helping Families in Mental Health Crisis Act of 2016, H.R. 2646, aims to fix the nation's broken mental health system by refocusing programs, reforming the way the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration administers grants, and removing barriers to care. One other important area I want to touch on today is the role of medication for those afflicted with mental health ailments. Medicare is one critical source of coverage for prescription drugs. Part D plans need to provide access to all, or substantially all, available drugs in the 6 classes that include antidepressants and antipsychotics. Getting these medications wrong can have serious negative consequences. In the past, Congress has rejected efforts to lessen this coverage, and I continue to believe we should not cut off access to critically important therapies. This legislation is a step in the right direction, and I thank my colleague, Dr. Murphy, for his years of hard work in this critical public policy area. With that, I yield back, and I now recognize Gentlelady Ms. Matsui, 3 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been working on mental health reform legislation for some time now, and I appreciate the work we've done to bring us to the point we are today. The mental health crisis in this country is very personal to me, and I've been fighting for patients and their loved ones for many years. I believe there's a lot we can do to stop or slow down the hurt and pain that patients and families feel when mental health is left unaddressed. Our nation's mental health system is broken. As a society, we are still recovering from a history of pushing mental health into the shadows. The brain and the body are all part of the same person and need to be treated together. Parity between mental and physical illness should not just be a vision, it has to be reality for American families. We need to invest real dollars into a system that has been chronically underfunded for so long and bolster our behavioral health workforce so that providers are trained and available across our communities. We must make investments at all levels, ensuring that crisis services are available, but also that prevention and early intervention services are there to keep people from reaching that crisis stage in the first place. The bill before us today is a result of a bipartisan effort to make a dent in solving some of these systemic problems. I'm encouraged that we are able to work together to remove provisions that would have been harmful to patients. We have also come to agreement on many provisions that Democrats offered to make the bill more meaningful. The current bill includes our language to enhance the behavioral workforce, create suicide prevention programs for adults as well as youth, and strengthen SAMHSA. On HIPAA, I'm particularly encouraged that we work together to include my bill, H.R. 2690, which will provide clarity to healthcare professionals, families, caretakers, and patients on what information can and cannot be shared under the law. Through clarification and training, we can equip providers with the tools they need to share the right information at the right time while still protecting patient privacy. However, our work is far from over. We still have work to do when it comes to making sure mental health is integrated seamlessly into the healthcare system. That means confronting the fact that many community health centers can't bill for mental and physical health services on the same day, and behavioral health providers can't participate in programs that incentivize electronic health record systems. It means ensuring that seniors have access to effective mental health medications and that teachers, law enforcement, and the public have access to mental health first aid education about ways to recognize and respond to signs of mental illness. As I said, there's a lot more work to do on our path to comprehensive mental health reform. We are not solving every problem today, but this is a first step, and I do appreciate the bipartisan cooperation that we have been able to effect so far. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Now recognize Dr. Murphy, 3 minutes for opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, the lead co-sponsor bill, Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson, asked that I could submit a statement from her for the record. May I do that?
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, today this committee takes a historic step towards advancing a bill that makes real reforms and offers evidence-based treatment for families in mental health crisis. Today, we are taking a stand. We affirm that mental illness is not a crime, mental illness is not a moral defect, it is not a choice, and it is not a joke. Mental illness is just that, an illness, and we affirm that psychosis is not a non-consensus reality. It is a symptom of an illness that with appropriate medical treatment is the difference between life and death. What we are doing here is historic. No committee has ever tackled the issue of serious mental illness with the depth of this bill today. In December 2012, we began a quest when America was shocked to hear of the tragedy at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Connecticut. For those children and families, we made a promise. We're going to fix the broken mental health system. For those innocent people in a movie theater in Aurora, the grocery store parking lot in Tucson, Wherever the perpetrator was someone with untreated mental illness, for the victims and the families, we made a promise to deliver treatment before tragedy. The same promise goes for the hundreds of thousands of homeless, imprisoned, addicted, and depressed individuals who die each day with untreated mental illness. It's tragic these horrific events happen in a nation so advanced as ours. It's doubly tragic that many could have been prevented, and it's triply tragic that because inept and misguided federal policies are to blame for many of these deaths. Congress is not standing idly by anymore. It is time to say no more moments of silence. We must have treatment before tragedy and let people know that we will finally break down the stigma of mental illness, not through slogans, but through real evidence-based treatment, where people know if they get care, they can get better. Because where there is help, there is hope. And tomorrow we vote to make sure that help is on the way. Because you cannot treat mental illness with denial, and you cannot treat it with sentencing a person to prison, or abandoning them in homelessness, or strapped to an emergency room gurney for days on end. For the victims, for the families, for the millions of Americans struggling with mental illness, please know we heard you. And tomorrow, after a long wait, we are keeping our promise to you and taking a strong stand to bring real care for mental illness. My heartfelt thanks go to Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman from Texas, for her steadfast work and dedication to this cause. To all of the 196 bipartisan co-sponsors, for all the professional organizations who have endorsed this bill and fought for real change, I thank you. Here and now, this committee jointly proclaims that the diagnosis and treatment of mental illness must come out of the shadows. We declare a new dawn of hope for the care of those with mental illness, and we pledge our unwavering commitment to continued work to bring help and hope in the future. I applaud and thank Chairman Pitts, Chairman Upton, and Ranking Member Pallone, and quite frankly, every member of this committee who came to the table in good faith, rolled up their sleeves, and worked together to see this through, because we recognize that without this, we would not see help. And where there is, and recognizing here too, that here today we're helping families in mental health crisis. And with that, I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy. 3 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Upton and Ranking Member Pallone, as well as the entire Energy and Commerce Committee staff for their dedication to addressing our broken mental health system. Chairman and Ranking Member have both solicited our priorities for this bill and worked across the aisle to address serious shortcomings in its original draft, and I'm grateful for that leadership. Congressman Murphy, thank you for your commitment to this issue. Your insight and expertise have been a critical part of this conversation. The bill before us today contains some important steps in our effort to address this country's mental health crisis. By eliminating outdated, discriminatory barrier in Medicaid laws, children under the age of 21 in certain IMDs will no longer be forced to choose between physical and mental health care. By funding a minority fellowship program, we can inspire more underrepresented students to pursue careers in mental health treatment. And by funding assertive community treatment, we can help equip community health workers with the help people need and can stay well. I'm heartened by the inclusion of these provisions and intend to support this bill as a step forward in our process. But I am disappointed that this is the only step that we could take. As it stands, this bill fails to address many of the most dramatic gaps across the continuum of care. It tackles the margins, not the meat, of a broken mental health system. At a time when over half the counties in the United States do not have a single practicing psychiatrist, psychologist, or social worker, this bill does little to address the fast-depleting mental health workforce. At a time when Medicaid is the single largest payer of mental health services in our country, this bill sidesteps ill-advised limits to care and the abysmal reimbursement rates that jeopardize access to treatment for our most at-risk populations. And most alarmingly, at a time when insurers deny mental health claims at twice the rate at which they deny physical health claims, this bill does next to nothing to strengthen parity protections. To focus on that parity point for a moment, we could build the strongest, biggest mental health infrastructure in the world. We could create thousands of new beds, hire thousands of new mental health workers, address interventions across the entire continuum of care. And none of that would matter if everyday Americans aren't able to get coverage for the services and treatment that the system would provide. Coverage means access. Coverage means affordability. Without coverage, millions choose to forego needed treatment, and millions more are forced to do without it. Our parity laws today lack teeth, they lack effectiveness, and they lack enforcement. By failing to address that, this legislation compounds one of the biggest barriers to adequate treatment that those suffering from mental illness and their loved ones face every single day. The bipartisan movement we have seen and we have made around this bill so far is encouraging, and I'm hopeful we can channel that into a more substantive reform in the days and weeks ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, 3 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate Chairman Upton holding this hearing. The Helping Families in Mental Health Crisis Act, of which I'm a co-sponsor, I want to thank Representative Murphy for his sponsorship of this very good bill. The bill will address much-needed mental health reform in our nation. I've held several roundtables in my district to discuss the struggles that individuals with mental health illness face and how Congress can best address the needs of those we serve. It's clear the shortage of treatment options and mental health professionals has resulted in too many mentally ill people becoming homeless or incarcerated. This is something that one of our local sheriffs, Chris Nocco, has been working to address. As a strong advocate for reform, Sheriff Nocco has been clear that the criminal justice system is not the appropriate place for those suffering with mental illness. Both he and Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri have ensured that law enforcement officers receive crisis intervention training to help ensure sensitivity when dealing with the mentally ill. I would also like to acknowledge the work of Grace Maselli, president of the Pasco chapter of NAMI. She has shown tremendous leadership developing this chapter, generating community resources, and providing a voice for those who cannot advocate for themselves. Her work will be furthered by this legislation. I commend again Congressman Murphy for the extensive amount of time and attention he has put into addressing mental health and substance abuse disorders. He even joined me in my district to hear directly from my constituents about this bill. Thank you so very much, Congressman Murphy. We heard from many individuals, including Judge Sean Crane, who spearheads Veterans Court and Drug Court in Pinellas and Pasco counties. We also heard from Doug Leonardo of Baycare, who is working to simultaneously treat mental health and substance abuse, and Bob Dillinger, our local public defender, who has been a tireless advocate for those with mental illness. With their input, we work to address every aspect of this overall problem. I'm glad our committee has undertaken this endeavor to produce this bipartisan piece of legislation. I also have the honor of serving on the Veterans Affairs Committee, where we have focused on mental health issues plaguing our nation's heroes. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work for our veterans. It doesn't work for anyone. They deserve choice in treatment options and access to a wide range of alternative therapies. This bill before us today will not only benefit the general population, but our true American heroes and their families. Thank you again for moving this important piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize Mr. Tonko, 3 minutes for opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I first met a constituent named Timothy O'Clair at a Little League game in 2001. Timothy was a bright and energetic youngster with the whole world ahead of him. Unfortunately, Timothy also suffered from debilitating mental illness. In fact, I believe he was triply diagnosed. When Timothy's insurance would no longer cover his mental health care, his parents were forced to disown him in order to get treatment. Unable to receive the appropriate care at the age of 12, Timothy tragically completed suicide. Timothy's struggle to get the care he needed is what first led me down the path of working to improve the mental health system of our country. 15 years later, I'm ashamed to admit that there are still far too many stories like that of Timothy across our country. Whether these events make the headlines or are one of the quiet tragedies that affect countless individuals and families, no one can credibly examine the status quo in mental health and say that it is working. Despite the pain that I hear coming from individuals and families in the throes of mental illness, I have a reason for optimism. I'm optimistic because today, after years of debate and countless hearings, we have arrived at a legislative product that would direct new funding and attention to mental health and represents a good first step. I say first step that will begin the work of patching up our broken mental health system. This bill is not perfect and necessarily represents a compromise from all sides. In particular, I would thank Representative Murphy for his doggedness and advocacy for those struggling with mental illness and for getting this bill to where it is today. I also thank Chair Upton and Ranking Member Pallone for their leadership to help us bridge the gaps and develop consensus on this critically important issue. I am pleased that this bill includes several provisions that I have worked on, including Section 502 regarding strengthening community crisis response systems. This provision would authorize a bed registry grant program so that states can develop and maintain real-time psychiatric and substance use bed registries that will make it easier for individuals in crisis to find appropriate treatment in a timely fashion. This new program will help to prevent future tragedies like what happened to Gus Dietz. Section 204 of this bill requires CMS to issue guidance to states on opportunities to use existing 1115 waiver authority to receive reimbursement for care provided at IMDs that are integrated into a comprehensive continuum of community-based care. This is a policy that I have worked on for a long time and am pleased to see advanced. It is critically important that care provided in inpatient psychiatric settings be part of a continuum of care connected to community-based services. Finally, I applaud the committee for recognizing the value of occupational therapists as essential providers in the mental health workforce through their inclusion in the strategic plan in Section 109. Occupational therapy as a profession got its start working in psychiatric hospitals, and OTs play a critical role in helping individuals with serious mental illness regain basic skills that are needed for day-to-day independent functioning. As this bill moves forward, I urge the committee to continue to recognize the important role that OTs play in the behavioral health workforce by adding OTs as behavioral and mental health professionals in the National Health Services Corps. As I said at the outset, this bill is the start and not the end to the conversation on improving mental health in America. We need to do more, very much more. We need to strengthen our mental health parity rates beyond what is in this bill. We have to address the fundamental inequities that still exist for mental health and federal health programs like the Medicare 190-day limit. Finally, we have to acknowledge that the current dysfunction in our mental health system stems in part from decades of broken promises and a chronic underinvestment in community-based mental health services that simply cannot be solved by a single bill. With that, I thank the committee again for its hard work and attention to this issue. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize gentleman Texas, Mr. Olson, 3 minutes for opening statement.
I want to start by thanking Chairman Upton and Ranking Member Pallone for holding this markup, and my fellow sailor, Chairman Murphy, for his damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead attitude towards fixing our broken mental health care system. Everyone in America has felt pain from our broken system. We're all hurting from Orlando. I'm still hurting because I drove by Sandy Hook Elementary School as I was living in Newtown with my mom and dad waiting for the Navy to find my lost physical exam paperwork, the same Sandy Hook school where a deranged man killed 6 teachers and 20 kids 2 weeks before Christmas. I'm hurting because of a neighbor, Casey Owens. Casey joined the Marine Corps in 2002. He deployed to Iraq in 2004. A tank mine blew his vehicle apart. He lost both legs, had a traumatic brain injury, and post-traumatic stress disorder. It appeared Casey was beating his demons. He told a story to nationally on 60 Minutes, an advocate for his fellow veterans, a Paralympic skier, moved to Denver. Casey tried to tell us how much pain he was in. He was still struggling. He told 60 Minutes, quote, "I could be in a room with 100 people and I would still be alone. I really don't think I'll ever be free. I don't think the burden of war is ever gone." End quote. Casey got his freedom and ended his burden of war by killing himself in September of 2014. And sadly, today, 22 combat veterans on average make Casey's same choice. They kill themselves. Chairman Murphy's bill is a first step on a long road to stop any more Orlandos, Newtowns, or Casey Owens. And I intend to vote for this bill. But going forward in conference or another bill, I hope to include devices as part of the solution. A company, old Texas 22, LivaNova, used to be called Cybronics, has an implant that helps people with drug-resistant depression. CMS will not pay for the coverage with this device. Their signature device is a device to control epilepsy, a vagus nerve stimulator. Epileptic seizures are not a pretty sight. The person collapses, the body locks up, trembles, you foam at the mouth, lose control of your bodily functions. When it's all over, you're exhausted, beat down. Imagine a kid going to school with epilepsy. One kid came to Cybronics. He was a freak boy in school. He had 50 seizures per week. Got the device implanted. Guess what? 1 seizure per week. He got his life back. He ended his depression. Let's take device into account going forward. I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, 3 minutes for opening statement.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I also want to commend Chairman Upton, Ranking Member Pallone, Mr. Green, you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Murphy for your leadership on this particular subject. Mr. Chairman, I am sure, absolutely sure, that we can all agree that our nation's mental health system is severely broken and in dire need of modernization and expansion. In my home state of Illinois alone, emergency rooms, shelters, and jails are where the most severely mental health patients receive care. In fact, Mr. Chairman, the Cook County Jail has become the largest mental health provider in my state of Illinois. In the year 2012, of the approximately 76,000 people admitted to Cook County Jail, 45,000 had some form of mental illness. Mr. Chairman, these staggering statistics are evidence that the criminal justice system bears the heavy burden of our failure to fix our mental health system. Mr. Chairman, what is even more alarming is that 55% of the Illinois Medicaid population is comprised of mentally ill patients. Yet Medicaid reimbursement rates have remained flat, with a severe shortage of psychologists and psychiatrists serving this population. Mr. Chairman, I want to again thank Mr. Murphy and Mr. Green for their leadership in addressing our nation's mental health crisis. I think this legislation takes a giant step in addressing the needs of our mental health population. However, Mr. Chairman, I am dismayed that yet again we do not include the requisite funding to implement many of the provisions in this bill. Nevertheless, Mr. Chairman, I would like to focus the remainder of my remarks on an important issue that I believe should be addressed in this legislation, and that is gun violence. Not just gun violence involving the tragedy of mass shootings and killings, but gun violence in general. So far this year, Mr. Chairman, In my city of Chicago, we've had 1,661 shootings and 277 homicides in my city alone. Mr. Chairman, day in and day out, people are living in a war zone, not knowing if they will be shot or not. Mr. Chairman, none of us are immune to gun violence. Most of the discussions regarding mental illness does not factor into how exposure to violence affects mental illness. Tomorrow, Mr. Chairman, I plan to offer an amendment that will require the Assistant Secretary to study the relationship and the potential impact of post-traumatic stress and substance abuse on children and adults living in communities that suffer from chronic community violence. With that, I yield back the balance.
Chair, thanks, gentlemen. Now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, 3 minutes for opening statement.
I am pleased that we've been able to make progress on this legislation. I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, as well as Mr. Murphy and Mr. Green, Mr. Pallone, and Mr. Upton for that. This bill is remarkably different from the bill we marked up in the Health Subcommittee, and I'm thankful that the concerns raised by Democrats have been addressed and that we've been able to provide some new funding rather than cutting existing programs. However, I think we have missed an opportunity for real comprehensive reform. This bill is a step forward. But if Republicans had been willing to work with Democrats from the beginning, we might have been able to reach a comprehensive agreement. Despite the improvements in this bill, we still need to work to truly hold insurance companies accountable for mental health parity. We still need to expand and improve Medicaid, the primary payer in our mental health system. And we need to make significant investments in our mental health infrastructure if we truly want to guarantee success. Inpatient and outpatient mental health providers all across this country are struggling after decades of underinvestment, and yet we provide them with little in the way of additional resources. In fact, in this bill contains approximately 20% of the new resources included in the Democratic alternative bill, H.R. 4435. In addition, this bill does not include my legislation, the Mental Health on Campus Improvement Act. It is in both the Democratic alternative and the mental health bill that passed by the Senate Help Committee, and I hope we can work to include it in the final legislation. My bill would create a grant program to help colleges increase the mental health services offered to students, which we know are desperately needed on college campuses across the country. It really came out of a situation where one of my dearest friend's son committed suicide while at Harvard and has been a real priority for her and too many parents. Unfortunately, we all know how prevalent sexual assault is on college campuses, and as part of the response, we need to ensure that victims have access to the mental health services that they need. While I will support H.R. 2646, I need to be clear that this bill is not the end of the road, as so many of my colleagues have said in their opening statements. This is a step forward, but there is still much work to be done if we truly want to say that we've reformed our mental health system. I thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, thanks, gentlelady. Now recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, 3 minutes for opening statement.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank Chairman Upton, Ranking Member Pallone, Mr. Murphy, Mr. Green, and Ms. Eddie Bernice Johnson for their hard work on this legislation. H.R. 2646, the Helping Families in Mental Health Crisis Act, is an important piece of legislation that strengthens and updates mental health laws and programs. It will help a range of Americans, from those who suffer from eating disorders to those suffering from more severe mental illnesses. However, I see this bill as an initial step and a more comprehensive reform of our mental health system. Such reform, which must include stronger, effective parity enforcement, appropriate authorization levels, and the full funding of this and any subsequent mental health legislation. Many of my Republican colleagues view this bill as being an answer to America's gun violence epidemic. However, I disagree with that assertion. In fact, a 2016 Health Affairs study noted that serious mental health illnesses contributes little to the risk of interpersonal violence. Rather, a mentally ill person is far more likely to have violence done to them or to self-harm than to inflict harm on others. An important aspect of the gun violence dynamic that is often overlooked is the adverse impact that exposure to gun violence has on victims and on the community's mental health. Studies have shown that communities exposed to gun violence have increased stress and PTSD. Children in particular are extremely impacted by gun violence. Specifically, the connection between community violence exposure and adverse academic performance usually include difficulties with concentration resulting from violence exposure, which in turn impair an adolescent's ability to learn in the classroom. Exposure to gun violence begins a cycle that has countless ramifications. We can break this cycle and curb gun violence by banning assault weapons, such as ones used in Orlando and the Sandy Hook school massacres, having enhanced background checks, often referred to as closing the gun show loophole, establishing a federal database to track guns, and requiring trigger locks or other safe storage requirements. These are sensible measures to curb gun violence while still allowing Americans to exercise their Second Amendment rights. We have let gun violence define us. America is more violent than any other OECD country except for Estonia and Mexico. We have let gun violence destroy our communities, not just in terms of the loss of life, but it has also inflicted psychological damage, such as PTSD and depression, on our communities and in particular on our children. Rather than let gun violence continue to define us and destroy us, it is my hope that the gun violence epidemic plaguing our nation will embolden us, giving us the resolve to do the right thing for all those whose lives have been taken and disrupted by gun violence, to do the right thing for all the families who have lost their loved ones to gun violence, to do the right thing for our communities that live in fear of gun violence, and I hope that we have the political resolve to do the right thing for our nation. Common sense gun control legislation is needed now, and H.R. 2646 will only begin to scratch the surface of our national pathology. And I yield back. Mr.
Chair, thanks to the gentlelady. The chair now calls up H.R. 2646 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 2646, to make available needed psychiatric, psychological, and supportive services for individuals with mental
Without
illness.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. We are now on H.R. 2646, and the committee will reconvene at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I remind members that the chair will give priority recognition to bipartisan amendments. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Without objection, the committee stands in recess.